remember, if you can, I don't know how old everybody is, but if you can remember Bill Clinton had this draw. If you're older, you can remember Reagan. Reagan had this draw. And for Republicans, that was the draw that Trump had, right? So what you get is an urban coastal vote, right? That is set. That vote is set. And Kamala has got that. What this guy gives you is the everyday. The everyday guy might not agree with everything he's going to put forward to them, but he knows that this guy's his neighbor. He's not going to go out to screw him over. He just thinks this is best. And he can come to the conclusion that this guy is making it on a principled stand. And this guy is very capable of standing in front of people, right? And convincing you because he doesn't have to do a lot of work. He's just like you. Now, take that picture. Someone said the X factor. That's where I'm going with this. Take that picture and put Trump and Vance in a camera, and everybody's saying, "Well, Trump is working for you. Trump is just like me." I'm telling you, there is no way that you can sit in front of me and tell me that JD Vance is, well, maybe the Krasensteins. You guys are crypto guys. You guys got a lot of money, but if you're outside of that, right? Those two folks are not like you. They don't know anything about your world. Not a thing, right? That's the first thing. That guy understands the world you live in. Number two, here's a great argument this guy gets to make. I got brought in. I decided to be a football coach. That football team was a losing football team. I turned them around and they won the state championship. High school football team. That's a great thing to be able to say. And Brian, Brian, is it with an F? His last name?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Brian had a really good point. There are so many more enlisted than there are officers. And what you see in the world on TV tend to be colonels and mostly generals. And enlisted really get riled up about that, right? Now, a command sergeant major isn't everybody's favorite guy, not at all. But at the same time, that dude had to get there. He had to get to be sergeant. He had to go through the ranks. He had to go through the schools. He had to be promoted. He lived the life they live, right? So he might be a little bit more left than you, but he lived that life that you had, right? So, I mean, that factor will play hugely. Gets back to my original thing that I was saying. The campaigns realize they are not going great guns trying to win and convert masses. Harris' campaign has figured out a way to peel the votes. And if I peel the votes in the suburbs and I peel the votes in the experts, and all of a sudden I have the ability to peel the votes in bright red rural areas, it's an all new ball game in states that actually might not have been considered in play. I don't got to peel 100 to 1,000 votes in every district. I only got to peel 5 to 10 in every district. In a lot of these states, that flips the states. And you know who gets really happy when you start to go play out in those districts? The down ballot selections. Those people will everybody's going to be excited once this campaign starts rolling. And I'm going to land it with this last point. He's not a coastal elite. He's a normal guy from a Midwest state. He can sit there on his own and he can go through the Midwest. He doesn't have to focus just on Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin. He can go to Indiana. He can go to Ohio. He can go to Illinois. He can go to Iowa. He can go to Colorado, right? And Mark Kelly can handle Nevada and Arizona. I mean, he opens up. I thought Kelly, I used to be a big Kelly fan, and I didn't know much about Waltz. But Waltz does the same thing Kelly does. However, he's much more like you and I as opposed to being an astronaut. Kelly opens up the map for her, right? We keep talking about Pennsylvania, and I get the point, right? But sometimes, we have to use our imagination and we can't fall victim to constantly doing the same thing. And if we couldn't have won Pennsylvania, right, with the highly popular Shapiro already there, I don't know that we could win it just because he's VP, right? But I think we can win it with him as the governor, right? And now they can go campaign there, right? They can still go campaign there. And now they can focus on many more states, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, not just Harris, not just Waltz. We got Obama, we got the Clintons, we've got Beyonce, we're going to have, uh, Taylor Swift. I mean, think of all the campaign possibilities these people have and all the states that they get to open up, especially if they get to go after districts that they would have just given up on in 2020 and 2016. And I'll land it with that.
Yeah, all great points.
Can I just thank John for mentioning the hug? Because I'd like to give him a virtual hug right now.
Yeah, that
you
was
got
great.
it? Yep. Okay. That was you, John, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'll give you a virtual hug right now because I would love to hug Tim right now as well. And you got it.
We have
So that's
lots of hugging
amazing.
here. This is a hugging
Hugs
space.
all the way
And
around.
that's what's amazing. How amazing is that we're not screaming at each other and we're not throwing insults at the right. And I was on a space last night, several spaces, and I rarely speak when it's ugly, but I like to know what the opposition's doing. And it's just the vitriol, the anger, the screaming, the shouting. I was there, I think you were there, Ed, where it was a calmer space, but it was like a catch-22 where you were asked a question by the guy that's really good giving you advice how to get followers and to stay calm. I forget his name.
Alex,
But
maybe Alex Finn.
Alex, yeah.
Alex Finn.
But it was so loaded because he said, no, you can't rebut. You can't rebut. You can't rebut. So it just went on and on and on and on. It was the same thing. So it was vitriol, vitriol, vitriol. And then it took ages. And he was right with some of the things he said about trying to get people to, oh, the world's not going to end just because Trump wins or Kamala wins.
Hey, Sandy.
Well,
I'm listening.
I'll have to
tag onto
disagree
a
with
point
you a
you were
little bit
making, Sandy?
about if Trump wins. Well, I'll tell you this much, Sandy.
I
With
heard you,
that,
Lev. Can I just finish?
yes.
Then I waited to the end, and then you, at the end, gave 3 points. And that was the first time he said, okay, someone's actually made their case. So I listened for the whole 4 hours, right, to listen back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And with respect, Ed, you got a really hard time with respect. You really got a hard time. And it was like bashing your head against a brick wall. But Lev, you did really well at the end. And I think he sort of ended the space on saying, okay, well, Lev made the point that there are 3 points that actually make a difference. I'll land my plane there.
Thank you, Sandy. And I'll tell you, the space that's diligent space. Oh no, that was Alex Finn's space. And he's more respectful, even though they're aggressive than some of the other spaces. Some of the other spaces, they completely just try to use you as a sounding board and bring you up there, and it's sometimes gets ridiculous.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
with that said, and I would put this invitation out there, any of the listeners, we welcome the other side to have a normal, good discussion. There's nothing wrong about hearing, we don't want to be in an echo chamber. We want to discuss it. We want to give our points. We want to be able to debate it and let the facts lie where they are, and then people make their decision. We just don't want to get into that name calling. We don't want to get into the insults. We don't want to get into the abuse. And that's the stuff that we want to keep out of our spaces compared to some of those spaces. And that's why maybe they get more people, because people like that Jerry Springer effect sometimes of people screaming at each other. But we're here more about facts, and so if there's anybody out there, raise your hand, or request that you want to come up here and debate the other side. We are more than welcome to come up, because we'd
Lev,
love
I'm
to do
so
it.
sick and tired of you cutting people off. Just get out of the space already. No, I want to go to Matt because I know Matt is. I think he's probably more right leaning, right?
But that is right. It's about decency. We actually try. Like, I try to be respectful, even if I don't like the person, I don't like what they have to say. But once they start coming after me and they're a dick, then I'm not going to stoop to their level. But I will come back at them, and I don't even have to do that here because we're having an actual conversation. It's not it's not monkeys flinging feces at each other, which is their spaces, and they think their shit is apple pie, and we have to tell them, no, you're actually eating shit and full of shit. But we try to say it in a nice way, and they start with people like Dan or whatever that other guy is who screams and uses the homophobic slurs all the times.
I'm blocked from every conservative space, and I think it's hilarious because I'm pretty much like really reasonable. I think it's really weird. I can't even go to conservative spaces. They all blocked me.
So yeah,
Matt,
I just
go ahead.
appreciate all you guys so much. I just want to make a super quick point about polling.
Okay, quick, and then Matt.
Super quick. I just checked the averages today for the 4 swing states. This is the 3 Midwestern ones and Georgia, where and I think they have Arizona too, but not Nevada. So in the 5 swing states, this is the first day where it's tightened back up and things moved in Trump's direction in all those states, as well as the national poll, just a little bit, but it was consistent in all of them. So I'm very interested.
You mean in the Harris direction?
No.
You said Trump.
It was Harris was moving up and away from Trump and increasing her margin or closing the gap in Georgia, in Arizona, and now it shrank. The margin between them shrank or increased where she was down. So Trump got a little bit of movement in his direction. I'm very interested to see once the polling from post today after this VP selection has been factored in. I'm very interested to see what direction the polls move in once the Waltz factor is considered, because this is the first time. I don't think that means the honeymoon's over. It could be like a market correction, but it's the first time it hasn't been steadily moving in her direction, and across the board it was a little bit worse for her in the 4 or 5 swing states and nationally. So I'm very, very interested to see how people respond, and I'm optimistic it'll be a good response.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy to be able to talk about like the response of Waltz being picked. I actually just got a DM from a buddy of mine who has been like a lifelong Democrat. And he's a former tier 1 operator. For those that don't know, there is different tier levels, if you will, within the special operations community. You're essentially talking about somebody that is, the very, very tip of the spear beyond where I was at as a Green Beret. But he also shared something that I found rather troubling about Waltz today. And I think the assessment of how well he is going to be received inside of like these rural communities that tend to lead red are a little bit further off. Like the only reason I actually enjoy coming into the space, I've only done it once, is because of what Lev and Brian and everybody else was just talking about, where you're not trashing and name calling and cutting off and arguing. Like I love that about this place. So I like want to come in here. I want to present this because I think it's going to end up catching Waltz like right in the butt, to be perfectly honest with you. Now, he's been accused by 3 different command sergeant majors of dodging his only combat deployment that he would have gone on. And that combat deployment was to Iraq. And at the time, he was a battalion command sergeant major. However, he never completed the required educational training within the United States Army to keep that rank. So he's administratively reduced back down to master sergeant when he retired. Now, all of these command sergeant majors in that article that's currently sitting up in the nest, if you click on the one with my name and you go read it, all of these different command sergeant majors are trashing on him because of what he did to those troops. And I think the military community as a whole, when they read that and that information comes out, he's going to lose all sorts of support. Because me personally, as a combat vet with multiple years in combat, I would never, ever, ever, ever want somebody to be the commander in chief, or potentially be the commander in chief, right? Because he's running for VP, who dodged his only combat deployment. I mean, he was literally leading troops before going to Iraq and left them to go pursue his political career. And those words didn't come from me. Those came from the service members that he served with. And those came from the sergeant, the actual sergeant major that ended up replacing him, and so on and so forth. I think this is like a really dirty stain on his freaking record, and it's not going to get taken over well by the conservative base. I am central. I do believe in the Constitution. And as long as you don't mess with anybody else, I don't care. Right. And I want the country's policies to reflect in such. I don't like Donald Trump's stance when it comes to the Second Amendment. I don't like a lot of the things he said about vets. But at the same time, do I want a guy whose moral character has been freaking eroded to the point where he abandons his troops before he leaves? Trump saw more combat inside of Pennsylvania than this guy saw during his entire military service. More rounds have been shot at Trump in anger than he had during his entire military service. And you could love that or hate it, but it is a fact. And with that, I'll give up the mic.
Well, Matt, can I ask you one question?
Send it, brother.
All right. So I wasn't aware of what you said until now, but I'm not doubting you per se, and I'm going to check out on my own what that is. But it seems like what you're saying would be accurate based on the way you described it in your own background. But you brought up moral character. And okay, yes, he was shot at as a civilian presidential candidate. But I mean, you're comfortable with the rest of the moral character issues around Trump lined up against Tim Walz, and you're going to say that Trump has better moral character than Tim Walz?
For sure, yeah. But because one of the things that people are going to look at is they're going to be like, okay, well, Trump dodged the draft, and I don't know how many times I heard during like my military service when we had people that were getting recalled to active duty, when we had stop loss in place over inside of units that were on their way to Iraq or Afghanistan that weren't allowed to get out, that had completed their contract and they get left in. And the amount of people here in the United States that said, okay, well, if there was a draft, I'd sign up. Well, we didn't start a draft because we knew it wouldn't be popular, but what we did was we held people past their original obligation. Everybody that signs up for 8 years of service, whether they know it or not, whether it's a 2 or a 4 or a 6-year active duty contract. The military has the ability to keep your butt, all right, for up to 8 years in times of war like that. Or if you're in a critical shortage MOS like we're currently facing, there's several service members that actually got stop loss the last several years because of the recruitment issues inside of the military. So I look at that and I say that is a massive moral flaw in that human being, that he's willing to abandon his troops.
But
and the reason I can say that,
compared to all the lying, compared to all the lawsuits, the people he didn't pay, the contractors he didn't pay, the cheating on his wives, the disparaging people that are special needs or have disabilities, the racist comments he's made, like all these things, the completely denigrating veterans, according to John Kelly. This is not some lefty. This is his own chief of staff, General John Kelly. The other things that the people who work for him said, that 40 of 44 cabinet officers, his own VP won't endorse him, January 6th, all that stuff. None of that morally, paying off a porn star just before, none of that bothers you.
I just want to add some context. So what Matt said is accurate. There were people who accused him of doing this and escaping before the Iraq War without having to go serve. But there's also multiple people who he served with who said that this didn't happen. He had every right to bail out and go to and run for Congress. Like his reason was, he said, he served 24 years.
24 years, right?
Yeah, 24 years. So he said after 24 years, he felt like he wanted to move on and help America in another way, and that it was through Congress. And I mean, that's what he did. And multiple people who he served with said that this is the reason he did it, and he had every right to do it. So, I mean, of course, people are going to, debate, oh, should he not ever leave the military? Should he not leave the military if there could possibly be a war, even though he served 24 years? Maybe he felt like his service in Congress could help his country more than his service in the military at the time.
Yeah, sure. And I'll say this
outweighs all the others I raised. All the other issues I raised, they pale compared to the one issue that you raised. Is that your view?
Yeah, look, and it's hard to explain. It's very hard to explain. Okay. But me, okay, personally, lost numerous soldiers in combat, lost numerous friends in combat. I lost my mom back in 2021, or I'm sorry, 2020. And the death of my mother, and compared to the death of my friends that I lost in combat, was nothing in comparison to the death of my friends, right? Like the death of my friends overseas meant more to me and hurt more than if I had lost a brother or my mother or anybody else. And so when I see, right, somebody that abandons his people before deployment, and keeping in mind that he didn't have a combat deployment on record as far as we can tell right now, according to Stolen Valor, that is a serious moral issue. Like I got medically retired almost when I had almost reached 16 years of service with like multiple years in combat and everything else. And I, for the first time, had to stay behind as like my teammates are deploying overseas. And the amount of like stress and moral guilt that I felt over that is just unreal. Like it is unreal. And so I have to question a man who is able to somehow convince himself that he doesn't want to be there. I've got friends that have been shot in the chest, right? Literally have holes in their chest, go like fly back to Germany, like get medevaced out to Germany, came back to the United States. And then after only a couple months of being in medical treatment, went back to the fight to continue to help out their teammates and those that they serve with. I have a buddy that got shot in both of his legs, had a grenade shot on his arm, and the frag got inside of his arm. He got told, and also one of his fingers, and he got told that he couldn't deploy with his team because he still had an injured finger. So my buddy cut his finger off to deploy, like medically, right? And these, right, are the values that service members want to see and live by. People that will actually stand by their people. He could have very well done everything in the government. Yes, ma'am. Let me finish this point, please. He could have very well done everything that he wants to do politically after he got home, after he led his
Yeah,
troops, after he did those things.
what if he was
How does
against the
Trump
Iraq
embody?
War?
Matt,
Wait, one
can
second.
I?
What if he was against the Iraq War and he felt that him leaving the military and serving in Congress to try and maybe try and get us out of Iraq would have been better to service to the country?
But also, right, as a ground leader, as a battalion command sergeant major leading his troops in Iraq, wouldn't he also be able to make an immediate difference on the ground by how he leads his troops, the type of advice he gives, the things he allows them to do and not allows them to do, making sure that they're acting morally correct? And at the end of the day, it's about saving your buddies' lives.
Well, you know, he was the ranking member on the Veterans Affairs Committee, making sure that they were getting the health care they needed from the VA at a time where the government wasn't funding that enough, right? So it's like you're with your one unit, but helping all veterans get more care by being on the ranking member at a time. Again, the Bush administration had this war, and then they never said, "Oh, well, there's going to be casualties. We better budget because there's going to be No, they did. There was a giant lag in them preparing for what came from the aftermath, right? So he was there fighting his fight there. I respect that you were there fighting there. He did last 8 more years. Like you had 16 years, he was 24 years. So that's, 8 years later, would you maybe more tempted to leave and maybe feel like I want to be like a Dan Crenshaw and go and fight from the inside from the other
He
side?
had 24 years in the National Guard. Okay, you're talking 1 week in a month and 2 weeks a year. Okay, so yeah,
Matt,
did he
ask you a
technically
question?
have a uniform for 24? Sure, but I guarantee you, I did more time in uniform and 4 years in combat than he did during his entire freaking service.
Matt, can I ask you a question?
So I do want to go to. Wait, Eddie,
Yeah.
you can't hear Sandy, and Sandy wanted you to say something. Hey, can Sandy drop down and come back up so I can hear her? Yeah, Sandy, when you're done speaking here, drop down and come back up. I also just wanted to play for everybody the call that Kamala Harris made to Tim Walz to let him know about
I'm
the
going to drop
selection.
down and
But
come
go
back up.
ahead, Sandy. She's dropping down. Go ahead.
I'm going to drop.
Go ahead, Sandy.
No, I'm
Go
going to
ahead.
drop down. Carry on. I'll drop down.
Okay, go ahead, Ed. Play the call. Okay, 1 second.
Hi, this is Tim.
It's Kamala Harris. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Madam Vice President.
Listen, I want you to do this with me. Let's do this together. Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored, Madam Vice President. The joy that you're bringing back to the country, the enthusiasm that's out there, it'll be a privilege to take this with you across the country.
Well, let me tell you, I have just the utmost respect for you. I have really enjoyed our work together. You understand our country. You have dedicated yourself to our country in so many different and beautiful ways. And we're going to do this. We're going to win. And we're going to unify our country and remind everyone that we are fighting for the future for everyone. So let's get out there and get this done, okay?
Let's do it. Do the work in front of us. Let's win this thing.
That's right. All right, buddy. I'll see you soon. Take care. Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Sandy, if you're there.
Okay, my question is, Matt, thank you for your service, first of all. I'm very grateful. But I've looked at your timeline, and this seems like a talking point, and this just popped up. You just made a post, literally, before you came on the space about Waltz. And it's just a bit worrying. It's just a bit that, this man has served his country. He's like you. He served his community as a teacher, as a coach, as a congressman, as a governor, and all of a sudden you're like picking up on it's like you're picking at skeletons, and that sounds like desperation to me. And it's just disappointing. It's just disappointing.
No, ma'am, I'm not picking at skeletons. I'm not taking anything away from his time in service or anything he's done in education or anything he did with the VA, right? Like, I think we all look at people and we try to judge people off of the things they've done, not so much of what they've said. Like, you're always trying to look at people for who they are. And in my personal experience, right, the amount of like shame and pain that I would have felt in his shoes making that decision would make it unbearable to the point I would never do it. And I'm giving you my opinion as a veteran. I'm giving you my opinion as somebody that has served overseas, that has led troops in combat, that has done all of those things. And what I'm saying is
So
that
does
to me
Donald
is
Trump have shame
unforgivable.
for not serving with his bone spurs? With respect,
Sure.
is
I
that
think
a
what
question?
people,
Yeah,
I think what
sure.
people have missed, Matt. I think what people have missed in what you're saying, and I heard you say team several times. So, and you talked about so many tier one special forces. So, was that a role you had with special forces? Were you in a small unit, or were you in big army or something?
I was in both. I started my career off in the infantry before going into the Green Berets.
So, what he said, and this will be true for several, right? I mean, nobody's character is perfect. And so he now has the opportunity to explain what happened, right? And he may lose Matt or people who feel as Matt do. He may be able to win them over. But what Matt said that is true to Matt, right, is they see that as he abandoned people as a leader. He abandoned them when he retired just before they needed him. The whole thing about being a sergeant major, the whole thing about being a command sergeant major is you're now leading the unit. You're leading, I guess, I don't know what he was in, a battalion or brigade, whatever, but he's the leader, right? And right as they were supposed to deploy, his retirement came up. So maybe it is just a big Army thing or a National Guard thing and retirement time, and he decided and opted out. But he didn't have the commitment that, say, you, Matt, or your friends had, right? Where they felt that need that they had to come back. So if an example would be, and this may be a bad example, but if you've seen the show Band of Brothers, right? This guy Webster comes back after he got wounded. He comes back, and they all are upset with him because all these other people, as Matt gave examples, went through extraordinary lengths to come back, and they just felt abandoned by him. And that's Matt's point, right? He sees it as a character. Or I'm sorry, this is the way I see you making your point. So correct me if I'm wrong. You see that he's just abandoned them, and as a character trait, that's a horrible character trait, and you can't deal with that. Would that be a fair assumption?
Right. No, it's a horrible character trait. You know, like one of my medics, right? Like this medic that I took with me on, I think 2 or 3 different deployments. His wife was having a baby, and he got the option to stay back home, right? As the unit deployed, he got the option to stay home to be there for the birth of his child and then catch up with us. But again, that gentleman chose not to be there for the birth of his child and go overseas with us, and he ended up getting wounded. I mean, it is appalling to me that there is a man that could have such like no care in the world for his own men that he's just going to turn and walk away. And I hear about what you guys are saying about what he did in the VA. I hear about how him not agreeing in the war. But to me, there was a lot of people that didn't agree with what we were doing, and they were still over there doing what they needed to do. And for him to sit there and say that it's immoral based on, you know, some information that he had received at the time, dude, it's not up to you. That is specifically what you agreed to do when you signed your contract to serve. You agreed to follow the orders of the president of the United States and the officers appointed over you, and he chose not to do that and get out. Now, it was his right after serving 24 years to be able to put in his retirement packet and work his way out, but it's also shocking to me that they let him do it, right? Like the way that works, and there is politicking that had to go into that. The way that works is just because you're in 24 years and you drop a retirement packet doesn't mean the military is automatically going to retire you. Like people have to bless off and sign off on his paperwork to allow him to retire. And I find it also like very telling that he was allowed to retire while his unit was about to deploy to combat. What does that say his commanding officers thought about his leadership potential inside combat? There is a lot of like really freaking scary stuff that goes into this. And I look at his moral fibers based on that decision, and I say, absolutely not. You know, the old saying, one oh shit ruins 100 attaboys. Yeah, that's a pretty big oh shit.
So Matt, so I totally agree. Like there's a lot of people in the military who don't agree with the way the U.S. government's handling things, and they're still expected to stay there and fight for us, right? And rightfully so. Uh, I do think that it's possible, though, that it could be overlooked that he did serve 24 years. After 20 years, you can get your pension. I think in an Army National Guard, you can't pull it actually until you're 60, but this would allow him to kind of get another job, and he wanted to be a teacher, and that's something he couldn't do having
it for free, that they feel like they don't need to pay anybody. And then also it's white people that are picking the black person. So they're always going to pick the wrong type, you know, like they're not picking the people that we could relate to or the people that we know can reach people. It's
Did
the
we
white
lose her?
person that's picking these people.
No, absolutely right, and that's one thing that I've had a problem with is that white people are just they're out of touch with reality, and I'm talking about the reality for Black Americans because listen, we're all Americans, but we live different lived experiences, right? A white person can't speak for me or my community, and I can't go speak for white Americans, right? Uh, I live a total different lifestyle. I have different lived experience. I have different circumstances. I have a different, unique set of challenges, right? Um, and so my community has been impacted differently from non-Black Americans, and so therefore, the best representation for Black Americans are going to be people that are truly from the communities that are the most impacted, right? Um, and so, with all that said, what I would say is that Trump does need to hire Black people because, like Laverne said, and already said, is that we can articulate and craft messages up in a way that only we get to say that, right? When we saw Michaela the other day and talking about Kamala Harris is destroying Black families, she uh, attacked that conversation from a three-pronged position. And first, it was, well, she was a prosecutor. She massively incarcerated Black people. She laughed when she talked about how she smoked marijuana, but also locked Black people up for the possession of marijuana, right? She also, if we're talking about uh, when you destroy the Black family, you're locking up massively locking up Black men. You're taking Black men out of the home, right? And so, who becomes the surrogate father to that Black family? Well, that's the white man, right? And then um, a mother who's got multiple kids are now forced to try to make ends meet. Okay, so what we've seen is sometimes that can lead to um, different routes. But what we also know is that when the man is not there to provide for his family because of the incarceration, that leads a family to lose their home, and now they got to get on Section 8 and welfare and government subsidies. And then, in order to for that, sometimes not all the time, but in order for that family to really thrive, um, there's going to need a man in the household. So let's say there's another man in the household. Well, there's a rule in order to get Section 8 housing. There was a rule that you cannot have a man living in the household, right? And they actually did inspections to ensure that a man did not live there. And if they should ever find men's shoes or men articles of clothing, that you will be kicked out and ejected from that housing complex. So these are some of the horrible policies of Kamala Harris and also Joe Biden, but he's not a factor anymore. The last thing is I'll say is this: Trump needs to hire, and not just Trump, but the GOP, because what I've seen happen, and I spoke to a lot of Black conservatives, they have labored for the party, and I'm talking about for the conservative party. They have put skin in the fucking game. They have fundraised out the ass and made the party a shit ton of money. And these Black people who have literally muled for the conservative party gets nothing in return. They don't get to decide how the budget money is spent. They don't get to influence where the money is going to be spent. They don't get to influence where the community what communities get impacted by those dollars. There's no outreach in the Black neighborhood, but there's this idea that we expect Black folks to get up and vote for us when we really don't even see the Republican Party, right, in our communities. We see the Democrats are the best panderers ever. They know how to show up when it's time to vote. They know how to come out to the parades and be in our faces when they want our vote. And so what I'm suggesting is that the GOP has to stop being selfish. They have to come out of that racism and say, I'm going to make an investment into the party, but most importantly, I'm going to make an investment in Black people, in Black neighborhoods. So I'm going to take that gamble with Laverne Spicer. She may not say things the way we expect her to, but I'm going to hire her because I know that she can talk to Black folk in the way that they understand. When Laverne speaks, people follow suit. They understand. They get their shit together. I know that when Javon speaks, Javon is going to speak to that collegiate crowd. Javon can go into not just the college area, but Javon, I can put Javon in a corporate environment, and Javon and Laverne, they'll thrive and they'll get us those votes. And so this idea that Trump and the GOP don't have to spend money for black folks and that we're all American and we should just shut the fuck up and get behind Trump, no. Because let me tell you what I saw from Trump, and I'll land with this. Trump actually went to the Libertarian Party and he did a speech at the Libertarian Party, and this caused a divide. This caused a divide within that Libertarian Party because they were pissed that why are we giving Trump an opportunity to speak when we should be uplifting and advancing our own candidates. Trump went to the Libertarian Party and said these things. Trump says, "If you vote for me, I'm going to free." There was a Libertarian leader that got arrested on some. I think he's in prison. He said, "I'm going to free that person. If you vote for me," he says, "either you can vote for me or you can continue to get your 3%, which is 3% of putting your people in office, which amounts to nothing really." Trump says, "Or you can do that." He says, "You can vote for me and I'll put some of your people in my cabinet." Right? Trump also gave a lot of other promises, right? And it was a fair fucking deal. Why is it that Trump can go to the Libertarian Party, but say, and again, they're not going to push him over the edge. Black folks are going to push him over that threshold. He don't even need 50% of the vote. What do you need, about 20% of the black vote? If Trump gets 20% of the black vote, he wins.
But Trump has to pay attention to who's paying attention to him. If you're looking at it from the standpoint of stratagem, correct? Stratagem will tell
Hello.
you that most black women are not going to vote for Trump, but it will tell you that more black men will vote for Trump. Now, we see the numbers, and the numbers say that 23 to 29% of black men are leaning towards Trump's side. At this point right
Hey,
now, because
bro,
of
it was
identity
Javon
politics,
next, bro.
pardon me,
Yeah, you did kind of jump in there. I want you to hold your I want you to hold your
I
thought.
apologize.
Let
Major, he good. He
okay,
can finish his
cool.
thought. I ain't
Go
tripping.
ahead.
So if I'm looking at, and I apologize, Javon, if I'm looking at who's going to be the tipping point at this point right now, the Democrat Party's already divided basically black people, right? But they've done it so by the nature of identity politics, where they've taken and they've associated Kamala with black women when we know she's not actually from African descent. I wouldn't even focus on that if I was him. What I would focus on right now is what do your pockets look like? What does inflation look like? How much money have you spent now versus how much money you spent 3 years ago? Now, if I'm looking at it from the standpoint of immigration, I would say to myself, look at the privileges that the immigrants are getting now versus what you have gotten in the last 400 years of being in America. The next thing I would do is I would show and I would detail where I've attacked, you know, the disparity in black wealth. I've attacked it in the prison system. I've attacked it by education, by the nature of giving HBCUs money, and I've attacked it by the nature of providing you with opportunity zones. Those are the three things that are going to make sense to black men. I understand the need to get black women into the fold, but at the end of the day, if you're looking at the black household and what's happening to the black household, the black man has been dismantled. So the first thing I would do is I would show up with some kind of plan and a package for a black man who's leading a family, and I would say, this is the direction that you should take. If you want to lead your home, if you want to go here, if you want to change your society around you, if you want to own a business, if you want to, reap the benefits of these tax breaks, this is what I'm putting in front of you right now. At the end of the day, you have to look at it like this, like one of these Game of Thrones episodes where the queen sent packages of food, right, to King's Landing, and everybody turned on the queen at that point because they were being fed. If you look at the black community right now, the black community is not being fed. If you go to every major city in America, the black community is the most neglected and they're run by the Democrats. So what I would do is I would go directly into those cities and I would say, look, if I got to be the drug dealer to hand out you turkeys that actually last you much longer than just this Thanksgiving meal, I'm going to do so. But here's what I'm doing for you, and I'm doing it on the ground right now, and I'm talking to you specifically.
All right. So the floor is open to Laverne, the co-host, and I just want to let you guys know how we'll run the space. If you want to speak, just simply raise your hand. Javon and Laverne Spicer, whenever they come in, they get honorary co-host privileges. They do not have to raise their hand to speak. They can chime in at any point. If you see them doing it, don't think that you can, because I'm going to tell you you need to wait your turn. Let's go to Laverne Spicer and Javon. You guys can just jump in whenever.
Go ahead, Javon.
Thank you, sister. Hey, look, I want to say this. Look, first off, to Major Re-Ups, it's always good seeing you. Sister Laverne, it's always good seeing you. I don't even know if I've ever interacted with Jasmine, but it's great to just to be in this room with you. And from the little bit that I have heard, it's just great to talk to everybody. Look, I'll say this. Number one, to the person who was just speaking's criticism, I think you're spot on. I think President Trump does have to talk to black leaders, and I say, specifically to black men, and I'd say that he is doing that. I mean, the problem is it doesn't get the coverage, right? He recently was just in Atlanta a couple of days ago speaking with black business owners at a roundtable, talking about things like inflation, talking about things like how the economy is being run, talking about things like immigration. But those things don't get the coverage. What does get the coverage is him speaking at the NABJ, and one of those aggressive journalists asking him a question about Kamala's race, because he didn't bring it up. He was asked the question and gave his response. And that set off the firestorm that the media was looking to establish. Right now, they're calling it the new birtherism movement and whatnot. And to the other gentleman's comment that Sir Major talked about, saying, well, we're all Americans. We are. But there is a distinction between nationality, race, and ethnicity that I don't think gets talked about enough, or that people really can't comprehend. I am an American, point blank, period. My ethnic group is a black American. Okay, so there are certain issues that affect my ethnic group more so than they may affect another ethnic group, and that is fine. It doesn't mean that anybody else is more or less American or anything like that. It's just simply pointing out that certain issues have a different effect depending on the demographic we're talking about, right? So that's okay. We can talk about these issues, but to Major's point, uh, when it comes to issues that are impacting a particular ethnic group, you often would want that particular ethnic group to then speak about it directly, because there's an innate understanding of some of the consequences and actions that follow. So I think that's a perfectly okay strategy going forward. And the last thing I'll say is this. Look, at the end of the day, when it comes to President Trump and hiring more black people, I would just say that he absolutely has black folks on his campaign. I know many of them who talk about these things. Now the question is, do they get the airtime or the publicity? Maybe not, and that's a question for change. But I would not go out on a limb and say that there aren't people working. There, many of them are behind the scenes, but. And I think it's a fair criticism to say, hey, maybe some of those folks need to be more front and center. But I don't want to go out and say he doesn't have that, because he
Yeah.
does.
So
He definitely does.
I'll be clear. I'm not suggesting that he does not have any black people working on staff. I know that Mark Carter has a point of contact who is black. It's a black female. I've heard about her, just through my conversation with him.
His director of black engagement is actually a
Okay.
female, a black woman.
So that woman needs to be visible, because what it appears is that he does, and this is just optics, is that he doesn't have black folks working the campaign, that they're not visible, that they don't have equity, and that they don't have a voice, right? Um, I don't want to see, when I go to a restaurant, I don't want to see black people being dishwashers. I want to see black people up in management. I want to see black folks as the server. I want to see black folks on that cook line. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I look for, especially whenever I'm spending my money. I ask questions. I ask that inappropriate questions. You don't have any black people working here? Do you hire black people? I ask those questions, right? Because I care about my community and I care about my people.
Someone is at front door.
Huh? Laverne, you said something?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, no, yeah, okay.
I'm at my business, so that's why.
Okay, all right, yeah.
I'm at the
It was
front
just a
door.
hot mic. So those are the things that I want to see. And when as the conversation about Kamala Harris' race, when it popped up, it should have been black people popping off from the Trump campaign and says, "Look, because it's one thing to be an employee, it's another thing to be black. You can't take your blackness off at the end of the night." And so, if a black staffer happens to say, "Look, I'm a black American woman, and I'm the one that's calling Kamala Harris out," I find it offensive. I find this personally inappropriate, right? And that's going to hold weight when another black woman says this. That's why when Sister Michaela Montgomery down in Georgia said what she said on Trump stage, could nobody say nothing to her?
Now, Major, don't do, like I want to point that out. That was not an accident, right? I mean, I think that question from the NABJ prompted, hey, we need somebody to
And
respond to
they
this in
gave
a
him
way
that
that is
talking point.
different than President Trump, and they gave her that space and that opportunity to go, you know what, girl, you handle this, you got this.
Yeah, but
And
they sending
President Trump,
her
even when
ass
he
out too,
answered,
bro. Let's not do that, gang.
Hold
Like,
on,
come
Javon. Hold
on,
on.
bro.
Hold
no,
on
no,
now.
no, no, all I'm saying is if we're gonna say like we want black women front and center to talk about these things, and then when they do that, you go, well, I don't like the way you did it, to not to Major, but to that person who just commented, you have to ask yourself like, what do you want, right? Like, what's the goal here? Because we can't pick like. You can't pick and choose unless you're a part of the campaign. And there's a way to get active and for you to be that individual to go out there and say these things. But I do think that that was intentional. The reason they had that black woman come up there and speak the way she did for as long as she did, and to get the recognition where President Trump standing right behind her and let her say her piece, that was intentional. That was okay. President Trump, you may not be well equipped to handle this, so let's get a black woman to actually go back and it'll resonate. And guess exactly what happened? People like Major, like myself, like Reups, I'm sure Sister Laverne, all saw that and were like, damn right, she's speaking truth. She's
Hey,
speaking
brother,
nothing
sir,
but the
man,
facts about all of
can I
these
please
Yeah,
issues.
speak with the brother?
just when he lands. Yeah.
That's all I got. Go ahead,
No,
I'll land.
I rock with Javon, man. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. Sir Major, this is my big bro, right? And we come in these spaces, and he has the thing I like about Sir Major and Reups is they basically in the middle. It's what is gonna benefit the community. I gotta to hear what you just said kind of disturbs me, bro. And I know who you rolling with, and I ain't rolling with Kamala, so I want to make that clear. But in truth, bro, it's like, and me and Rios was talking about this the other day. Like, let's not do that because in truth, bro, like, yeah, we understand that certain aspects of what that lady said was true. But like we said, if it's an 11, 12, 13-year old black girl out there, the optics are that Kamala Harris is black. They don't know about delineation. They don't know about all this stuff. So in that moment, to have another black woman up there and it's like, yeah, you go do it. Like as a political football, like, bro, come on, bro. We not co-signing that, bro. Like at the end of the day, the truth is, hold on, wait.
Who brought up the
The
question?
truth is the truth. But bro,
Yeah.
why Trump can't say it? Why you gotta use a black woman?
Well, he did.
But bro, listen, he said it.
He did say it, and people said that they didn't like the fact that he was saying it.
Yeah,
So he
so
said it,
but
and then he
that just
followed
show you
up.
how fucked up we are. You know that we get like
Agreed.
that's just like because this is the fact. This is, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I be in my bro spaces. They preach tangibles to me all day. I'm not a super political guy. They say, man, bro, if you gonna vote or you gonna tangibles. What are you? What is our community specifically getting from each one of these candidates, right? And now I put it to you like this: you got Michaela up there talking about, hey, if Kamala was for black families, let's get Willie Brown's wife up here. That shit is crazy as hell, bro. And I'm not pro Kamala. I'm just saying at that point, that ain't even political. That's like, what's up? You know what I'm saying? And
No,
it's
that
getting
is
to hold on, and
political.
it's getting to a point where I don't want the Mandingo fighting between our people on some shit, and we ain't even getting nothing out of it, homie. Like I don't care
I,
if
I,
you on the right. I'm gonna shut up, bro.
I,
I love you, bro. If you're on the
yeah.
right or the left with this, I get it. Get your check. Do whatever you got to do. But that Mandingo fighting shit, like she looked it silly up there, talking about, oh, you weren't supposed to tell your wife about. Oh, like, come on, bro. Like, quit with the Negro bed winch energy. Both of them. It's real weird.
Hey, DJ L, if I may interrupt, you know what that sounded like? That was the new Diamond and Silk up there. And if y'all gonna co-sign that, that's a
Nah, you
bad
don't
idea
say
and
much. But
strategy.
I did say she kind of gave.
Because
So
That was some
and
diamond
I'm
and
gonna
silk
say
Well,
up
this,
can
there.
can I jump in?
can I let
because
That
can
you
man said, I'm
want
leaving my
the
wife
black
so
for this
vote.
lady, man.
Yeah,
What?
you want the black vote.
let me.
I think policies are intrinsic to any to
Bro, don't be
everything that
so
she was
smart
talking
that you
about.
dumb, bro. You a black
No,
man,
I'm
bro.
can
Come
So
on.
can
Knock
you
it
can
the
can you
fuck
listen?
off, G.
She
wait.
no, but you're not listening though, because she did speak about policy
After she
in that
spoke
whole
about
speech that
not
she gave.
telling the man wife she was going, like what type of shoe shine shit is
So
this,
so
bro?
so he- so here's my question. So here's my question, right? I guess my question becomes, what would you have rather her said that
Man,
would have suited
speak
you?
and say something in regards to, yo, this is how we feel about this intelligently. Don't be making little racial tropes about potentially fucking this nigga to be all joking and like, bro, she looked as silly as
That
fuck
wasn't a
up.
joke.
Bro,
That's true.
replay the motherfucking interview.
Okay, so hold on
Replay,
real
I
quick.
love
Hold
you.
on.
We
Let me do
we can
this,
replay
right?
it, but I'm just telling you this
So
is
No,
true.
y'all
I'm gonna
a
give you a different
buffoon,
aspect.
nigga.
Wait, no, no,
Okay,
no. I'm gonna
okay.
give you a different
The room is
aspect of
spiraling
it,
out of
right?
control. Let's
So
go back.
let's, yeah, right. So this is how I look at it, right? I did not like, and this is why I said that conversation about Kamala's blackness, right? Fine that Trump said it at the conference, right? I think that should have been rolled out a different way at that time, right? So we could just be, it could have worked because that is going to be divisive within the black community. Again, the only reason that came up, we're talking about descendants of slaves, is because of reparations, right? I think it should always be framed that way. And then those protections you want as a lineage, right? That's what you're bringing up, right? Bringing the income, right? How immigrants are making more than black Americans. Like you can bring in anything, right? It's just the way it's going to have to be framed, right? I just don't think it should be done at a campaign. I think that's a serious enough issue where if it's important to the campaign and they want to use it as a talking point, hold a town hall about it, right? Outside of that, I don't know.
Re-ups. I gotta say this, bro. You didn't hear this lady when
I did.
Donald Trump was complimenting her. I'm challenging Javon on this. You a smart brother. I know who you rolling with. I know what you got going on. I support you. But let's be real. This lady is up there talking about, oh, he's like, yeah, man, she gave me a kiss on the cheek. And she go to Clark Atlanta. And man, I ain't gonna lie, when she kissed me, shit, I was gonna tell my wife I ain't coming back home. She like, man, you wasn't supposed to even say nothing about that. So you the right and the left is pushing this hypersexuality with black women. Nobody
No,
calling it
no,
out.
no, 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 no.
Just
No, no,
play
no,
it, sir.
no.
You ain't dumb, bro.
Hold
I don't
on.
think that's a fair
Hold
character.
on. Let me get in here. I disagree with that particular point. I would agree if you were to say Donald Trump was being double standard, or not Donald Trump. Donald Trump and Michaela was being double standard, because if the idea is that Kamala Harris destroyed a black family because she was sleeping with or messing around with a married man, Donald Trump is technically a married man, and she kissed on a married man and she's fraternizing with a married man. That's the same exact shit that Kamala Harris did. But that wasn't your argument. That should have been your argument. Um, and that's why I get paid to think like this. Now, let's kind of pull.
No, it wasn't. No, I gotta respond to that. It's not about that. If you support Donald Trump and you want to call out the lady's blackness, just do that in a
I
response.
mean,
You
but
teach them
that was a
this.
tongue in cheek, no pun intended. That was a tongue in cheek statement. That was nothing serious, and no one took any legitimacy to that. It was some tongue in cheek. No one expected or even believed it happened. It's probably a kiss on cheek. Like you kiss on both sides of
So
the neck.
so no. I'm not talking about the kiss.
Yeah.
You not get what I'm saying. All I'm saying is this: is that Javon just said that when Trump said it, people say, "Nigga, you shouldn't be saying this." So they got somebody to address the point. If you coming up there, I get a lot of the other stuff you saying, but it still came across coonish, bro. And a lot of other people feel that way, and I don't even fuck with the Democrats, bro. It's just like if everybody's seriously taking Donald Trump serious, bro, it can't be no like even that Young Thug comment he made the other day, bro. Like he think we slow, bro, and I
No,
don't
I
even
think that
fuck
that
with
was a
Trump.
legitimate comment for the former president to make. When we're talking about being unfairly persecuted, unfairly targeted, that was a fair and appropriate thing to say, because Donald Trump's correlation to that is he's being prosecuted by the same DAs. The same district attorney office is prosecuting Donald Trump. He's saying that it's an injustice and it's fair. He just simply said that the young thug was not treated fairly. Okay, and that's facts. We've seen a
And
corrupt
Major, I'll
judge.
say too,
Go ahead.
when Byron went on George Stephanopoulos and actually gave as an eloquent, articulate, I guess not ghetto, not ratchet answer, as I guess that's what we're saying here, is a not coonish answer. He actually just answered and was like, I think it's a question that people need to ask, because she brought it up herself. Again, the media goes, oh, Byron's avoiding the question. He's getting owned. He's doing this. So I get confused, because I'm like, how do we want things to be addressed? It's almost like we want things to be addressed, and then when someone actually does the hard stuff of
Yeah.
actually addressing it, the question becomes, "Well, I didn't like the way you did it."
Well,
And I'm like,
Javon, even in that
how
same.
many other ways can you address how many other ways can you address a question
Well,
before
Well,
can
you
Javon,
y'all
get
hold,
tell
hold,
me
right?
hold,
Hold
hold
on.
on,
what did
L. Javon, and we got to get back to the hands and get back to the main conversation. But Javon, even in that interview, um, George Stephanopoulos, whatever his name is, kept asking him about Kamala Harris' ways. And then when Byron answered the question, oh, it's how dare you say this about this black woman? How dare you did blah? And George took this nasty position. So then when Byron was like, "Fuck it, I'm going to move on. I'm not falling into this trap." Then when Byron failed to even engage in that same political rhetoric, it's that, oh, now you're avoiding us and you keep bringing it up. Well, no, Byron's like, no, you keep bringing it up, right? These are your questions. So again, it's a
And Byron wanted to talk about policy,
exactly.
tangibles, things that are going to be
bro?
received from
What
the
the fuck is
community.
Donald Trump gonna do for us then?
I can tell you a whole
No, hold
host
on.
of
Tell
things.
me
What do you want
right
to start
now.
with?
What's the tangible so we can vote for him? What's
What do you
up?
want to What do you want to
Well,
start with?
Because I don't know no
hold on.
tangible.
That's we'll get to policy in a second. Okay, we'll get to policy in a second. I want to play. So for those of you who've been sleeping underneath the rock, Kamala Harris on today. First of all, let me do a quick reset, folks. Welcome to the space. This is a late edition of the Waking Up Morning Show, hosted by myself and Re-Ups. If you are new to the space, understand in order to get up on stage and speak, you have to be following the host and the co-host. I will not bring you up and let you speak if you are not following the host and co-host. Also, there is the jumbotron. Make sure y'all tap in. Check out the jumbotron. Make sure you tap in. If you think that you're gonna be up on the stage and bogart the mic and not tap in with me, we checking in and we tapping pockets. God damn it! Make sure y'all check in with the family, right? And support us. Support us. There's an arrow at the right top of the room. Make sure you guys hit on that arrow. Invite your friends via DM. Let them know that the conversation is happening here. But also, if you're getting on stage and you want to speak, make sure you tweet the space out. You must tweet the space out because Reeves will tell you I am known for dropping people mid sentence if they have not retweeted the space and they don't follow the co-host. Okay, that's a big thing with me. You gotta support. Um, so we're talking Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is he's got to step things up. And the initial title I said is Donald Trump is in big trouble because I watched the political ad, as you guys many of you all know, that Kamala Harris has officially selected her vice president running mate. His name is Tim Walz, or the current governor of the state of Minnesota. We'll be talking a lot about him in this space. We'll be talking a lot about strategy, and we'll be talking about policy. So if you guys got policy things we want to talk about, we'll get into that right in a hot second. What I want to do is I want to play a copy or the audio version of this ad that they just put out, Kamala Harris and Walz just put out today. I want you to listen to the ad and then we'll do feedbacks on this. Here we go. Sometimes life is as much about the lessons you learn as the lessons you teach. When I grew up, community was a way of life. My high school class was 24 people. I was related to half of them. I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and work for the common good. My dad was in the Army, and with his encouragement, I joined the Army National Guard when I was 17. I served for 24 years. I used my GI benefits to go to college and become a public school teacher. I coached football and taught social studies for 20 years. And I tried to teach my students what small town Nebraska taught me: respect, compromise, service to country. And so when I went into government, that's what I carried with me. I worked with Republicans to pass an infrastructure bill, cut taxes for working families, signed paid leave into law. I codified abortion rights after Roe got overturned. Because I go to work for the common good. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. Because that's what this election is about. It's about your future. It's about your family. And Vice President Harris knows that. She too grew up in a middle class family. She too goes to work every day making sure families can not just get by, but get ahead. We believe in the promise of America, in those values I learned in Nebraska, and we're ready to fight for them. Because as Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win. All right, that was the official first ad of Governor
No
Walz and also
Republicans.
Kamala Harris and Governor Walz. So that's their official ad. I want to get people's initial reaction on that ad. And what do you think is the strategy that Donald Trump should be taking to properly prepare for this battle? Because this will be a battle with Kamala Harris. So let's go to raise your hand if you want to speak. I want to go to Deshaun first. Any of the co-hosts can chime in at any point. So we'll go to Javon. We'll go to Gerard, and we'll see what we got then. So go ahead, Deshaun.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Hey, listen, I'll start off with saying this. Donald Trump is not campaigning against Joe Biden anymore. I need Republicans to understand that. I've been beating this drum since last week. Donald Trump needs a new floor plan. There's a reason that I called that, what's the girl name that we just got done talking about? I called her Diamond and Silk for a reason. Because DJL, those black voters who you want, who don't want to vote for either side, you got to talk to people like that. And what DJL just said, you have a lot of black folks that's going to look at that situation like that, right? They don't give a damn about who she slept with and blah blah blah. What are you going to do for me? Donald Trump needs to use the Democrats. Use that. You know you like talking about Democrat cities. Use that. And when you use it, you say, here's what I'm going to do in those Democrat ran cities, specifically so in Austin, right? Specifically on the south side of Chicago, in Inglewood. Here's what I'm going to do. Because if he does not do that, he will not get that black vote that people say that he needs or don't need. Because a lot of people are saying, well, he don't need the black vote. Shit. Do you not see that Kamala Harris is just put out Republicans for Harris? This is serious. And I warned
Nikki
everybody.
Haley voters for Harris. Come on.
I warned everybody about Liz Cheney. Y'all see Liz Cheney ain't saying shit. Nothing. She's out for blood. You ain't gotta see her. And she ain't gotta say shit. Right? So not only are you fighting black voters, you're now fighting within your party, Republicans, because guess what? To save the party, you have a big sector of Republicans that are willing to give this election away to save their party because they want Donald Trump out. So now you're up against that. And so if you don't want Donald Trump out, he must change his floor plan. He's got to start talking about what he's going to do, right? See, you can talk about who she slept with, if she black, all of that stuff, all you want to. But if you're not coming on TV and putting those black people that Sir Major want up on the podium and saying, this is what he's going to do to you, he's looking at a defeat in November. And that defeat has just widened for Donald Trump. He only has a little space now. And so if he wants to win this, he has to change up what he's saying and who he's podium. Because and DJL, he ain't just talking on here, right? He's frustrated. He's mad at what she said on that podium the other day. See, you can do all you want to own the libs and yeah, got you moment. Yeah, you said no. Everybody ain't looking at politics like that. They want to hear something good, right? So y'all can battle that out in the back, who she slept with and all of that shit, the kiss on the cheek, that's fine. Battle that out in the back. But when she get on this podium, you need to be telling Black America what you're going to do. Because if you do not, you're looking at a defeat of Donald Trump in
Now
November
let me ask you
24th.
this, Deshaun. You heard that campaign ad that the Kamala Harris and Tim Walz put out today. We just played it in the space. I want to get your initial reactions to it. In terms of that is that something that you can chew on and be comfortable with, or do you expect better, or like what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, it was something a politician would say if you ask me. Uh, if I would say he will probably garner the independent voters in the swing states with that one. Pretty much everybody, depending on where you live, you know who you're gonna vote for already, right? But those independent voters, those indecisive, undecided voters, I mean, they'll look at it, but I don't think it pushes anything, right?
For me, I saw an all-American man who did everything his mother
Yeah,
told him to
yeah,
do.
for sure.
Right. Um, Again, I saw an all-American man who did everything his parents told him to do. Go to school, graduate high school, go to college, join the military. He became a school teacher. He became a veteran, if you will, and he joined politics. That's a good American, all American story. Uh, I don't see how you can get much pushback from that. Um, and I just wanted to get folks' thoughts on what do you think Donald Trump needs to do to prevail to secure this election? Let's go to Code, and then we'll go back to Jasmine.
Hey, Major, real quick,
Yeah.
just real quick. Look, I'm an honest broker. I think the ad was good. It was a good ad. I don't. I mean, I think it's a decent announcement speech. I don't really think it. I don't think it moves the needle by any means. There's nothing to be said. I mean, you just said, "Hey, this is me. This is my background. I'm with Kamala. Let's win." That's a pretty generic ad. I mean, I don't. Like I said, I don't think it moves the needle. What I will think will start moving the needle is when you start talking about his record in Minnesota. This is the same man that thought it was appropriate to put tampons in the boys' bathroom. Now I want you to go to any black community, and I want you, Laverne, I want you to go to your mother or your
Javon, I
grandmother, your
don't think
auntie,
they
and ask
care.
them if
We
they
talked
should put
about that this
tampons
Hold
in
on.
morning,
the
Let
boys'
let
Javon.
him go.
bathroom.
You're cutting off the content. Go ahead.
I want anyone in this room to ask their black family members if that's a good idea. Okay, I want you to
Well,
ask them that.
I'm gonna do a whole video on that
You
one
want to
soon
know
as I
why they
get
don't
off of
care?
here.
Yeah, because I think it's a good
We talked
question,
about
right?
this
This is the
this
guy
morning.
that's running, right? And
So
then what I want us to do after that is I want them to I want our same people, right, who are having this question about essentially what is a foundational black American, because that's a question it's a conversation, excuse me, we're having in our community, right? That Kamala presence has evoked. I want them, those same folks having the conversation to say, do you think that Somali Americans should have Minnesota state flag changed for them and they also get free health care while George Floyd was clearly a man who was in disrepair, who did not have access to resources, who had a lifetime, who had to who reverted to drugs. I want us to have those conversations in our community and ask, why is it that the Somali Americans seem to have the red carpet laid out for them, but in this man's state, right, we can have one of the most traumatic black deaths in American history. See, people aren't talking about these things
What
because he
about the
just got
police
announced.
immunity, bro?
Y'all got to stop
What?
interrupting. I'm gonna have to
No,
drop
what
this
what, I,
down.
what I'm pointing out is we say this man is all this and he's done all this stuff. When you look at his record and what he's done for Minnesota and what his governorship has unveiled, I mean, you can't say this is he's been a great governor of Minnesota. I mean, and on top of that, for anybody thinking moderates are going to be attracted to him, I'm going to give you a little history. In 1984, Ronald Reagan won 49 states out of 50. You know the one state Ronald Reagan lost? Minnesota. That's how blue that place is and has been. The path to victory does not begin nor end in Minnesota. It's in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Minnesota has always been a super blue state. And I'm telling you right now, that man, when you start talking about his records in the LGBTQA parades with naked children raising his Black Power fist at this parade, go look
Boom,
it up. Go look it up.
boom,
You start
so
talking about these things, I'm telling you right
boom,
now, I'm telling you, Tim Waltz. I'm telling
so
you right now, you start talking
So,
boom,
about these
so why
things.
she
Briefly, I'm
boom.
just
pick him?
gonna
Why
jump
she
in
pick
there.
him then?
so real quick,
But
Javon,
hold
Why
on,
did she pick
Javon.
him?
TJ.
Because he's a white man from the
Watch
Midwest, and
this.
she was and she couldn't pick Josh
Yep,
Shapiro
yep,
because he was a
yep,
Jew, and
Jupe,
she
yep.
knew if she picked a
Facts,
Jewish
Come on,
running
Javon.
mate that
They will fuck
the
her up for the next 3 months.
pro
facts,
Gaza sympathizers would have said to her,
facts,
absolutely not. That's the only reason Josh Shapiro is not her running mate right now. That made the
facts,
most sense as a pick. Everybody who knows politics would have told you I would have picked this man from the Keystone State because he's a popular governor who won by
facts.
17 points in a battle round state that is essential to victory. Pennsylvania's the new Florida, but she couldn't pick him because he's a Jew. That's why she picked Tim
But her
Walz.
husband's
That's the only
Jewish.
reason why she picked Tim Walz.
So, so didn't
It don't
matter.
matter.
Didn't
She
matter.
knows.
They're
That's why
attacking
she
him
don't
with
talk
his
about her
mistress right
husband like
now.
that. Come
Yeah,
on now.
they're attacking him with his mistress right
She don't
now.
talk about her husband like that. You don't hear her really talking about her family like that. I'll give Biden credit. At least he was always talking about his son, Hunter. I can't knock him for not being a father. She don't talk about her family at all. But again, they're her adopted kids. And I think that her husband, I mean, she met him right before she started running. That seems like a political marriage to me.
Yeah,
He's a
big
very
business
wealthy
So,
deal.
guy.
so is the
Big
Zionist
business
gonna
deal.
try to get Kamala out of
So,
there since she didn't
real
pick
quick,
that guy?
real quick before we get the rest of these
Pardon
things,
me?
I go ahead.
What'd you say?
No, I'm saying so. Are the Zionists on Kamala's head top because she didn't pick dude? Shapiro.
No,
Yeah, she
no.
didn't pick Shapiro. I mean,
That
honestly,
was
if you're gonna ask me, I live in this political world, and I guess you could call me a strategist in some aspects. But sorry, my dogs. I would have easily picked Andy Bashir out of Kentucky or Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania. Those are
She
the
should have
two
picked
picks that
Josh
make the
Shapiro.
most
She
sense.
should have.
Those are the two picks that make the most sense. And honestly, Andy Bashir wanted it a little too much. He really wanted to be it, and usually those people don't get chosen. Josh Shapiro, I think, was running a great race, and then all of a sudden, I want you to peep this. Last week, a whole bunch of Oppo research started coming out. Oh, Josh Shapiro used to volunteer for the IDF. He wrote this paper in college about the Palestinian people and their inability to accept freedom. All this stuff started leaking last week. And that was, I think, a part of the Tim Waltz, other camps going, don't pick this man. And I'm going to tell you why. And it worked.
So wait. So Josh Shapiro he used to volunteer with the IDF.
Yes, he did.
yeah,
Wow.
yeah, and they were
Yes,
going
he
to
did.
attack.
And
We
you know
this
what's going on in the country. Think about this too. What's going on right now in Israel? This war is about to heat up even further. So you're going to have that in the background, and you're going to pick this guy that used to run for the IDF after you've got thousands and thousands of college students
Wow.
protesting. He can't be the
Yeah,
guy.
because now she would lose all the immigrant
The
votes.
young and the pro-Palestine vote. So what does she do? She goes to get the person whose state has the highest Muslim
Yup.
population in the
She got
country,
that immigrant.
Governor Tim
She got
Waltz.
that
so
immigrant population.
so
Oh yeah, yeah,
real
yeah, yeah. That doesn't. Yeah. So
real
like I
quick.
said,
So
this is the calculus that goes into these things. This woman didn't just pick him, and he don't have
so,
nobody's scared of
but
Tim Walz. If you're a
Javon,
Republican,
correct.
that's honestly the best pick she could have chosen for our side because he's the most far left wing guy. He doesn't come from a competitive state. This guy, he's never had to work with Republicans. All two of them in Minnesota. Be for real, dude. Josh
So
Shapiro's had to work with a lot of Republicans. Andy Bashir has to work with a lot of Republicans.
correct.
Mark
I
Kelly
think
comes
Andy
from a
Bashir was a
battleground
better
state,
pick.
Arizona.
That's what I was
Those
hoping
picks
she
made
had.
the most sense, but she couldn't do it. She wanted this guy. Come on, be
Goddamn,
for
Mark.
real.
So John,
Javon, you're
with that
brilliant.
pick,
Go ahead, real.
but with that pick, I think it was a the look behind that is she's standing firm on that. Everything that you just said, right? That the Republicans can use as a talking point. She's speaking to her far left extreme base, right?
Oh, I can't
The
hear
the
real.
boy
I'm gonna drop. Hold up.
the tampons in the bathroom, right? The immigrant policy. I mean, she's speaking to the far left. The same things that the black community is upset about. I mean, so if I hear it, right? But I don't think that really matters to them at this point. I think they are convicted in what they're convicted in, and they want to speak to women's rights, trans rights, immigration, and let's kind of steer clear of Israel. And we're going to stand firm on that, right? And then we're going to racialize everything else. And oh, you're attacking a black woman, right? This is what they're going to run on.
Let me do a quick reset really quickly, folks. Welcome to the space. This is an edition of the Wake It Up Morning Show hosted by myself and my brother Re-Ups. I want to introduce our co-host. We have Miss Laverne Spicer, dear sister to ours, to us, and then my dear brother Javon Price. Love this brother here. Always on fire. For those who don't know, my brother Javon used to be a staffer for a congressional staff for Byron Daniels. So if you guys are not following Laverne, in the
Donald.
no, yeah, shit. Byron Donalds. Make sure you guys follow him and tap in. Folks, if you guys want to come up on stage, and you are on stage, in order to speak, you must be following the host and the co-host. Okay, that's one of the rules. And I ask that you tweet the space out, right? Let everybody know where you are, where the conversation is happening right now. This is an American-based space. So we're going to let Black Americans speak. Obviously, this is Black-led space. White folks, you're more than welcome to come up. All right. But if you do not live in this country, whether you live in Canada or you live in Africa or you live in the Caribbean, this ain't your space. This is an American first space. God damn it! Uh, Tap in, hit the arrow at the top right of the screen. Make sure you invite all your friends via DM, and also make sure you tweet the space out. Again, in order to speak on stage, you must be following the host and co-host. Okay, and then also there's the jumbotron. If you feel so moved to bless the space, go ahead and do so. We accept tips, god damn it, because we giving you this game here. And if you are affiliated with any campaign, whether it's the Trump campaign and or the Kamala Harris campaign, god damn it, y'all need to be hiring Black Americans especially if you work for Trump. Trump and the GOP. Y'all need to be hiring Black Americans. All right. Laverne Spicer can use a good job. My brother Javon, who does a lot of phenomenal work, can use could actually use a good job. All right, that's a Black job, Trump. You need to hire some Black folks. Goddamn it.
Nice spot on that resume. Come on.
Yeah, man, absolutely. Again, I want to welcome everybody to the space. Everyone is able to be heard. I want to say shout out to my brother DJ L, who is a VIP in my mind. That's my brother, Chicago representing. Yeah, so let's get back into the conversation, folks. I just played the audio of the new ad from Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. The guy sounds like a proud American. He's that veteran that folks talk about. He was that school teacher that people talked about, who often don't get a lot of credit. This guy went back and invested into his community. However, folks say that that's just your typical political speech, right? There was nothing monumental from that ad, and so that was the one of the takes of it. So I want to get everyone's take on this political pick that Kamala Harris uh, has selected. Do you guys think that this guy is strong enough to go after JD Vance? And do you believe that JD Vance will get washed by Tim Walz? Let's go to Jasmine. Who is it? Jasmine Woodson. We'll then go to Cass or K Cass, and then we'll go to Jamal Green.
You guys can skip
All
me
right, fair
for
enough.
right now,
All
but
right, fair
I'll
enough.
come back in a
So,
second.
folks, just keep your hands up, and we'll get you so I don't lose I don't lose your place. Let's go to K Cast and then Jamal Green.
Hey everyone, I just hopped in, so I'm not fully versed on everything that you all were discussing. But as far as Tim Walz being the pick for VP and the ad, it wasn't moving, but he did sound like, as like as a apple pie American or whatever. So I guess that could be a little bit of a threat. But yeah, I do think Shapiro would have been more threatening than Waltz, because like someone else was saying, Minnesota's already blue. What's the purpose of picking someone that's in a state that she doesn't necessarily need to win? She has to win Pennsylvania. So I don't understand the strategy, besides me seeing that Nancy Pelosi was signaling that she should pick him. So that leads me to believe that the establishment likes him, and that means he's not as far left as people assume. Even if there is some things that he did that were far left. If Nancy Pelosi likes him, he can't be that far left. That's not how she operates. She does not like the progressive wing of that party. So I don't know what he has, why they wanted him, besides um Shapiro is Jewish, and he's very, very pro-Israel, and maybe that was too risky to have a woman that's supposedly black, and then a Jewish man running, and with all the issues that we're having right now with Israel, because we're still having a big issue with that, and I think that there would have been some protest at that in Chicago. So they probably wanted to not have to deal with that issue. So that's the only thing I could think of. I just don't think, strategy wise, I don't see what he offers, what he brought to the ticket that would help her win in the Midwest, or the swing states, or I don't get it. I don't understand the strategy.
Well, again, she could not go for it, and I appreciate Javon for illustrating this position. Is that she couldn't just go out the gate and say I want Shapiro. Shapiro is Jewish. We learned through
Yeah.
Javon and the facts is that that Shapiro used to be a volunteer IDF soldier. I did not know that until Javon broke that news right here on the stage, right?
Yeah,
And so
we actually talked about that this morning,
did we?
right, with
Oh, okay.
Clarence, with the Rev in this space. Yeah.
Okay, so I missed that, and see if we can get Reverend Timmy here. He's from Minnesota. For those who don't know, my uncle was a NFL player for the Minnesota Vikings, Chicago Bears. They wanted him to be the governor of the state of Minnesota. He didn't want that. He didn't want to do that. He was also the an associate Supreme Court justice in the state of Minnesota as well. Um, and a good friend of mine's, I'll try to get him into the vote of the conversation. Cedric Alexander used to be the public safety director. So he was over the chief of police. He was appointed by Jacob Fry for the Minneapolis. So there's that. Um,
Mhm.
what I'll say is this. I think it was strategic. It was a great fucking play, in my opinion, to have Tim Walz come out as the VP pick for the purpose that he has a whole immigrant constituency. Kamala Harris could not take that chance by going for Shapiro
Mhm.
because it would crush her chances on being the president. I mean, it was career suicide. So she did.
Mm.
I think that
She's
this
playing safe.
yeah, no, it was the best play ever. It was the best play ever. And Donald Trump is going to have to step his shit up. He's going to.
Well, what I want him to do is I want to see the culture wars. I don't, that's not helping anybody. I'm tired of it. Like I tell everybody, I don't care if she's black or if she's, I don't give a damn what she is. What is she going to do for people? Nobody knows. She has no policies on her site. So nobody even knows what this woman is going to do for anybody. So what Trump
Well,
and
what we
Vance
do
need to
know is
do is
this: we know
focus.
what she's not going to do. We know that she ain't doing nothing for Black
Right.
Americans because what
She already told you that she's
she,
not going to do anything specifically for
so
black
don't
people.
ask,
So,
right?
so we already know
Yeah.
this. So that's why she's not going to get my vote. But I am an independent voter and I do want to stay away from the culture wars, and I do want to hear more about the numbers with immigration. Because today I was watching someone, I forget the person's name, on the Breakfast Club, and I had thought that it cost us the taxpayers like 400 million to bring in these illegal migrants, but she was saying that it was like 2 billion. And so I don't know where she got those numbers from, but I need to hear more about the data. How much is it costing people that are in Chicago and New York that can't get
hundred
that are
and
getting
forty-five billion
Let me
dollars a
talk to
year
you.
just
Let
for
me talk
illegal
to you about that.
immigration per
Yeah,
50
you know what?
states?
The best person to talk to
Boom.
is my brother, and I love this man. Do you hear me? When I first got started in activism, I saw this young. He was a young kid to me. I don't know how old you are, brother, but Jamal Green has been a longtime voice in the city of Chicago. I'm talking putting ass to belt in the city of Chicago, holding people accountable, understanding the talking points, understanding the corporate jargon, understanding political jargon at a young, very age. This brother here ran for the mayor for city of Chicago, did not win. I thought he had a damn good chance of winning. But this brother here is also in financial literacy. This guy's a brilliant mind. Jamal, it's a pleasure to have you in the space. It really is. But I want you to talk to us about the illegal immigrants, the impact on it has on the city of Chicago, and some of the disparities that you have been seeing, and also that you've been calling out.
Yeah, hey, I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for having me in this space and all that you do to be a voice. It's important. And as she was talking about, this has been a huge issue for us in Chicago. Brandon Johnson, who beat me, was the worst. Now the worst mayor of Chicago with an approval rating of less than 21%, and he hasn't even been mayor a year and a half. And a big piece of that is this crisis, is this issue. We have spent, the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago and Cook County, 'cause we got three pots of money. They all have contributed to this, and we are now upwards of probably close to $2 billion for sure, since it has started. Now that money has the city money is to feed them each and every day. We put out $125 million contract for 1 year, $17 per illegal alien, $17 per person a day, for 3 times a day they get fed. Our shelters right now, as we speak, we're spending about $750,000 a day. It was when it was before we start moving them into apartments 6 months ago, it was upwards of about $1.5 million a day. So right now we're about half that, but we got tens of thousands more that are coming that Governor Abbott is going to be sending to make a statement during the DNC. So expect that to go up. So right now, $5 million a week on shelters alone. We spent over 50 million in the last 18 months on landlords. We give them 6 months up front. so that they can, house them at an apartment or a house, and they get 6 months up front. And we found that a lot of landlords was cheating the system to get a bunch of money, but that's a different story. So you got that, you got how much we're spending on food. You got them, they're getting stipends each and every month as well. The county system, they're giving them county health care. So they get free health care. They get all of the things we've been fighting for many years. You get what I'm saying? I said, man, y'all can give them 6 months of free rent. But we got so many veterans and 20,000 homeless youth and so many homeless people that would love that opportunity to say, I need to get back on my feet while we don't have the same program. So it's utterly disgusting. But what y'all need to understand is that um, the office, I want y'all to look this up. If y'all want to know the history of how all of this started. It started with a young man named Rahm Emanuel, as y'all know, who is one of the most powerful political strategists in the Democratic Party, political fundraisers, rather. So the Clintons on down, he has been one of the biggest fundraisers. The Emanuels are the biggest Jewish family in the Democratic Party. His brother is Ari Emanuel, who owns Hollywood and WWE and CA, all them agencies. So he owned all of hip hop, all your hip hop stars. He owned all those agencies. His brother's worth over $500 million. And Ram is the one in politics who's now he was Chicago's mayor. And then when I was his biggest critic and led all the movements against him, we got him to step down as mayor, and now he's the ambassador to Japan under Joe Biden. It was Rahm Emanuel in 2011. I want y'all to go look this up. It's called the Office of New Americans. 2011, Office of New Americans, Chicago. Go look it up on Google. There's a whole formulated plan on how they coordinate all agencies and funding to enhance the lives of folks who come into the city of Chicago. Now, just so happened that Joe Biden, when he became president, not even 8 days after he became president, he created an Office of New Americans on a federal level. $150 billion budget. So understand that this agenda has been in play for many years. So do not be surprised that this is happening and we're spending billions and billions of dollars. We spent a couple billion already here. So I know it's way more billions that we've spent since this crisis has happened. This is a huge issue for our communities, especially because guess where they come? They come to the black communities. Guess who buildings that they're using? The abandoned school buildings that they shut down in 2013. Go and look up how shut down over 51 schools at one time in 2013 because they said they couldn't afford them, putting all of the kids in rival territories, right? And so what the community said is, we want these school buildings. Let's build a community center. Let's build manufacturing hubs. Let's build a homeless shelter. Let's do something with these school buildings. They did nothing. The first time they start touching these buildings is this year to make them shelters for them, to create apartment buildings, to be for childcare. The thousands of dollars a day that we're spending on childcare for their kids, for transportation. You can make $7,000 a day to transport them around the city of Chicago. It happened under right now with what's going on. So understand, guys, this is a crisis. Don't let them fool you. It's happening in our cities, especially in cities like Chicago and New York. And we've been fighting against it all the time. We said, man, y'all got an office of new Americans. Why we ain't got an office of black Americans? Why we don't have these same programs that you're using for them, that we've been fighting for the same type of resources? Why we don't have them? That's why I'm independent, because these Democrats and Kamala Harris and Rahm Emanuel and all of these folks have an agenda that is not for black people. And we have to recognize that agenda and understand what it's going to do to our children in the next couple of generations.
And Jamal, in New York, just want to put out this data too, because Sister K asked for some data. Last year alone, it cost New York City $10 billion. $10 billion, and the numbers keep going up. So I
Yep.
mean, this is really an epidemic that's happening within our country. And I just wanted to get back to one point you said, and you asked, why did she pick Tim Walz? It really doesn't make any sense. Should have been Josh Shapiro. Look, Kamala has to now be tough on the border. You've seen the Democrats try and repurpose this argument and say, "Oh, she was never the border czar. Kamala was never in charge of the border. She never had anything to do with that." They're trying to spin this story now. So what's going to happen? I predict is that Kamala's going to start saying, I went to the Northern Triangle countries and I spoke to them and immigration went down. But we know that she's not tough on the border because Tim Walz is not tough on illegal immigrants in his state. There's a reason that she picked him. And you said, well, Nancy Pelosi supports him, so he must
Yeah, it
not be
might be the
that radical.
immigration thing.
I, I,
It
I,
might
I,
be the
I-
No, no, no,
immigration.
no. Let me tell you exactly why Nancy Pelosi supports him.
He
I'm gonna give you
he's
the
a
facts.
team play. He's a team
he
No, no,
player.
checks
no, no.
all
Hold
the
on, hold on. Let me tell
boxes.
you
Oh,
about them. They have a relationship. I'm gonna tell you
yes.
exactly the facts.
Oh,
He
okay.
served in the House. Tim Walz served in the House. He was the
Mm-hmm.
head of the Veteran Affairs Committee. So him and Nancy Pelosi have a relationship. She was just on TV talking about her long relationship with Tim Walz earlier. That's why I know the facts.
and
So
and
that's
and
why she
Jamal just
supports him.
and Jamal just to foot stomp that right. The way committee ships to chair a committee in Congress, you pretty much have to be in with whoever the speaker or the leader of your party is
Correct.
in the House. So he has a very good relationship with her. And as I was saying, he's a team player. This is the same guy a month ago who said Biden was fit for office. And once Nancy Pelosi started questioning him, his rhetoric and tune started changing. He got very quiet and stopped being very out advantageous towards Joe Biden. The last thing I'd say is this. Notice this: the first campaign stop that Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are going to go to. Do you guys know where that is? I can tell you right now,
Pennsylvania.
it's nowhere in
Minneapolis.
fucking Minnesota. It's Philadelphia.
Yep.
Okay. So that lets you know again, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania,
It's
that's the
actually
state that
today.
it's
They're
in.
they're there now.
That's the play.
Yep.
Okay. And I tell you right now, she wanted to pick Josh Shapiro, but she could not for obvious reasons that I laid out before. Tim Walz, who Kamala also has a relationship with, right? That is one of the reasons why that he was the choice. And
It,
Nancy Pelosi definitely gave her
if I
blessings.
could, if I could jump in here, because Tim Walz is my president. I hear a lot of people saying waltz like the dance. It's walls like walls in your house, which
You mean
my
your
governor.
governor?
Yeah, sorry, my governor. All I gotta say, I hear a lot of stuff. I heard a lot of stuff being said. Sir Major, I've been in a ton of his spaces, so I always appreciate some dissidence. I'm a Democrat. I'm here in Minneapolis. I grew up, born and raised in Chicago, on the South Side, but I hear some I hear
Mm-mm.
some.
He ain't a lineage, so stop throwing up them hundreds and fists. But go ahead, my
Okay.
bad, Julius. Go ahead, you got it, bro.
All right. So first, the first thing I want to say is the immigration thing is pretty interesting. I think it's an interesting point. Walls has a little bit of a record here. I like him, but he has a little bit of a record here with Somalis committing a lot of fraud here in the state of Minnesota. Whether you agree with it or not, it's on his watch. So I think him and Kamala are going to struggle on that border issue. But I think I heard someone say that he had a relationship with Kamala. He doesn't. They are very open that they didn't know each other before this vetting process. But here's what I want to say. Here's what I want to say about
I think they
Walls.
said Nancy Pelosi.
Oh,
Nancy,
Nancy Pelosi.
Nancy.
They
Okay.
said Nancy, sir.
I heard someone say Kamala.
That was me.
Okay.
And to be clear, I want to be clear about that because they do have a relationship. Absolutely. It may not be as intricate as other relationships, but to pretend that she didn't know the man that she's picking right now is not
She
true. They
knows.
definitely have had a
She knows him.
relationship.
He's the chair of the Democratic Governors Association. She knows him. But there's a
Okay,
difference
right.
between.
And who does
There's a
the president
difference.
typically send to their meetings as a
If I could
representative from the
finish, and
White
then
House?
you could rebuttal
Well,
on.
no, because
No, no.
I want to make this clear
I'm
though,
telling
because
you, he's the chair of the Democratic Governors Association. She's the vice
all right.
president. But
So
they do
what? So
not.
then why did you
They don't
say?
have a
So why did
personal
you say what
relationship
I
as
said
it
was a
relates.
lie
I
then?
didn't say
Because that
no,
is
no,
true
no.
then.
I said that you're saying that their relationship isn't as intricate. That's different than saying that they have an actual
Okay,
relationship.
but
But
they
that's not
know
the
him.
point of what I'm
Okay,
trying to.
so yeah, don't
That's not what I'm trying
misrepresent.
to
So
say
let's get
here.
to the point.
The,
Right. I mean, there's nuance for
the point here,
unnecessarily. I said they have a relationship,
I'm
which they
hearing a
do.
lot of stuff about all this immigration stuff and all the stuff that is going on in the city of Chicago. Which I will say this to validate what Jamal's saying: my family who lives down there, still to this day, are very apolitical people, and for the first time in my life, I've heard my apolitical family members my mom's Hispanic, my dad's black. Like, I have heard these people who I've never seen vote in my life say that they are concerned about immigration in the city of Chicago, and they are concerned about how many people are on the streets. And I will tell you here, Minneapolis is the same thing. We are getting an influx of immigrants, especially in my building that I live in. So I think what you're saying about Kamala and Tim Walz and their issues as it comes to immigration, it's going to be a fault point for them, and um, and I agree with that. I will say though, to give Walz some credit, you guys can search up his record. You can, give me a little bit pushback if you want. He has done quite a bit for the community here that I live in Minneapolis, which is called North Minneapolis. It's the same racial, demographic, financial makeup of South Side of Chicago, of some of these other neighborhoods in Philly that they're going to. And I will say he has done a lot for this community, whether you agree with it or not. $100 million in funding. Minnesota has the highest achievement gap between white and black students in the country. For as liberal as we are, that's a problem. That's ridiculous. And he's done a lot to make sure that we're pushing forward, educating black kids and Hispanic kids and all of these Somali kids, and setting them up for success. To me, I'm a Democrat, right? I'm going to vote for Kamala. I'm going to vote for Tim Walz. I have my problems with both of them. But here's what I will say. It is bullshit to me that in one of the most liberal states in America, where we talk about funding schools and we talk about getting teachers more money, that black students have a 25% proficiency rate.
Because you have
What's
a
black?
false
Hold on, hold
philosophy
on,
of
Coggins. Hold on,
education.
Coggins. Hold on, Coggins. Hold on, Coggins. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Julius.
and I
Finish
just
up, because
and
I heard you say black, and we had that conversation already. But go ahead.
why
Go
so
ahead.
so all I'm going to say, I have my problems with them as a ticket, but I think Tim Walz and some of these and the way he's going to come to the Midwest and talk about some of the issues, the kitchen table issues, is going to be hard for people like Donald Trump and JD Vance to compete with, especially when they're all making. Trump is a billionaire. He's never had to struggle in his life, and JD Vance seems to have some issues with his hometown and the people he grew up with, and not being able to connect with them. So that's all I got to say about it. I'd love to hear some pushback and get some feedback about kind of what you guys are thinking. But that's just, I wanted to share my 2 cents, since this is my governor now, vice presidential nominee. So.
Jamal, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, let me say this. He has some points, and of course a bunch that he's wrong about. But I do want to say this on Tim Walz, because I didn't really respond on this. She made, I would say she did make a good decision. I want to give her credit on that. She made a better. It was better for him than for it to be Shapiro. Shapiro would have caused her too many problems. And then another thing that people got to understand is that Kamala doesn't have a real record that people are, will want to stand on, right? That, like she ain't rolling
She
around
can't
saying,
even stand on it, Jamal.
she can't stand on much at all, right? So she had to get, someone that can, one, unify the left for her, right? Because Bernie Sanders, y'all already saw, didn't even want to endorse her. There is a lot of people that were far left that don't like Kamala, right? And so she needed somebody that can unify the far left, but also have the relationships in Congress, and also has a record that she can run around and that they can tout, right? He can say, "Oh, I gave free breakfast to every kid," and oh, I did all these different far left policies that are more populist type policies, and that is where where Trump will have a problem, right? And I've said this before, and I'll say it again, that JD Vance should be subbed out. That's what I would do. I think that Trump now needs someone to add value. Kamala picked someone that added value. Kamala didn't pick somebody that was just a lame duck like Hillary Clinton did when she picked Tim Kaine. You know what I'm saying? That was just a lame duck and terrible decision, right? So she picked somebody that's going to help add value to her, because she doesn't have much value. So now Trump, in my view, needs to pick someone to add value to him. If I was him, I would switch him out for Vivek, Indian man who is
America don't want
can
that in the White
yeah,
House.
yeah. But at the end of the day, I think that Tim Walz was a better decision than Josh Shapiro because Josh caused too many problems. And secondly, they didn't want to overshadow Kamala. And then Josh is going to be at the top of the ticket when Kamala is done. So Tim Walz is not a threat because they don't see Tim Walz ever running for president at, 80 years old, whenever, however much years old when they're done. You get what I'm saying? So he was just the
Yeah.
better choice at the
Wait,
time. But the migrant
No,
issue is going to be a problem if Trump does
he's
it
only
well.
60 years old.
wait. Can I just comment something real quick, Jamal?
Yeah, but he
Go
looked
ahead.
80 already.
I
Go ahead.
respect I
Thank
respect
you.
everything you got to say, but I just wanted to point this out real quick, okay? Tim Walz, excuse me, is the same man that wanted to make Minnesota a sanctuary state for illegal aliens. He's the same man that wanted to provide driver's license and free healthcare and free tuition to illegal aliens. I'm talking non-Americans. I think that immigration is going to be a horrible problem for them moving forward.
I
And
agree.
there's no way. Right. We all agree, and I think that at the same time, the path to the presidency is not in Minnesota, and I think illegal immigration is a kitchen table issue for a lot of families dealing with the problems head on. I think it's really hard to say it's not going to be one of those issues, and I think Tim Walz has a lot of explaining to do. Because he was part of this problem. I mean, he got 100% rating from one of these immigration groups that doesn't think we should deport anybody. I mean,
Republicans.
that lets you know exactly
Javon,
how
give
they're
me all the
thinking.
strategy.
And I'm telling you right
I mean,
now,
but he's not a big name within illegal immigration,
Doesn't
so that's
matter.
not going to
it
They can
doesn't
stop
attack the
matter.
anything. That's
It's
not
campaign.
too
going to
They can
matter with
it's
attack.
him.
They
too
can
late.
attack the ticket.
It's
Yep.
Yeah.
too late because all I have to do is go look at Minnesota state flag before and after he was governor and tell me this man is not in favor of illegal aliens coming into our country. Look at the free health care that these illegal aliens are
It's
getting.
not. It's not only coming in. It's taking over.
Thank you.
All right. You,
Hello.
you
That
understand, right?
sentiment.
This man wants to mutilate black babies. He
There you
wants to
go.
mutilate black babies. He
Talk about it.
also wants to kill black babies.
And supports
So all
gender
this
conversion
child care
therapy
stuff
for
is
kids.
nonsense.
For kids. He supports gender conversion therapy for kids. This guy is not a moderate kitchen table guy. And
Republicans,
to
if you're
play
listening,
contrary to
this
this,
is your strategy.
I would argue that JD Vance, who is also grew up in a rural environment with a broken household, drug addiction, joined the Marines, made money, came back home, ran for senator, is a more and honestly came from a place where he hated Trump in 2016 to now saying he was the best president of my lifetime. That shows the evolution of a lot of people, of a lot of Americans who said, I don't fuck with
Yeah,
this
but this
guy
is
in
what you have to
2016.
understand. This is what you got to understand about politics. Period. Right now, as somebody who's been on local and national presidential surrogate, so politics, as much as we would love it to be about policy and to be about these things that y'all talking about, it's not.
Rev,
So we have to be honest and understand that if this was about policy, we would be having a different type of discussion. This is not going to be
what did I
about
say this
policy.
morning, Deshaun?
This is going to be about
We said that shit this
anti-Trump
morning.
movement. It's going to be about the anti-Trump movement. It is going to be
Yep.
about the women's movement. It's going to be all of the different
Which
things
which
that
I which I agree. This
um
is what they're this is why Kamala
yep.
doesn't have a platform, right? Because she wants to run on I'm a black woman and abortion should be legal. What I'm saying is
And
I I
identity
feel like in our
politics.
community specifically, I can't speak to other communities, but in our community specifically, we are tired of hearing that shit. We want tangibles. We want policies. And you are going to have to answer and defend your record as to why
That's the
you
thing.
allowed
That's the
millions
thing.
of illegal aliens to come into our cities, our communities, and take resources after you told us for decades there was none left. I don't give a fuck who your candidate is. I don't care what they look like. I don't care where they mama from.
Oh, here
What
they
are
show.
you doing for
I
our
mean, Javon.
community?
Come on, Javon.
That's the questions that need to be answered. And I'm telling you right now, if you want to be honest, again, this election will be won in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And I'm telling you right now, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz Tim Walz could not have been elected governor in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but Javon, but
I
listen,
think he would have ran
listen,
different,
as somebody,
and I think he can.
but here's the reality. Here's the reality, guys. Is Trump needed someone to add value? JD Vance
I
doesn't do
disagree.
that on
I disagree.
emotional base.
Mm,
But we got to understand that
It's not.
politics is about
He's got a
emotion.
modern
It
looking
ain't really
family.
it
He's
ain't really
39
about.
years old. He's a veteran who
Yeah, but
served
who care?
in the post 9/11
Who
wars.
cares about JD Vance? There's not enough people that gives a damn
But
about
people care
JD
about
who
Tim
Vance,
cares
and
Walz.
about Tim
he has
Walz, man?
not. Yeah,
That's disingenuous,
People care
do
Jamal.
you
about Tim
see? Do you
Walz.
see the movement? But let's be
So
serious. And this is somebody who does not like the Democratic ticket of Kamala. I just want y'all to be honest here. Do you see the movement that has surrounded Tim Walz and how they made him a star? They cannot do that with
Because we
JD
don't have
Vance
the
because
media
he really doesn't
apparatus
have
to
much
back us up,
personality.
Jamal. It's not a factor of because the guy's better. It's because they have 14 out of 15 news channels saying that this guy is going to be the
Okay,
next
but
Joe Biden
here's just the
supporting
reality.
Barack Obama. He's going to be the next ally of
No,
Black
no,
America. They're going to make this guy be
he
like some
adds
saint.
value. He adds value to Kamala where JD. What value does JD add Trump? Let's be
You want
serious.
to talk
If
about
Trump
it?
already has the
so
I
base,
can
Trump.
tell you
if
right
Trump
now
already
the
has the base,
value
what
that
value
JD
does
Vance
JD Vance
the va-
add? He does
yes
not
he
No, no,
add
no, no.
does.
Yes,
anything.
he
Yes he
does.
does.
It's that rags to riches, poor white,
Rags
disenfranchised
to
male,
riches,
right?
poor
Who
white.
cares
I
about
can,
Javon.
that
but
though?
no,
Who's caring about
but
that?
Jamal, they do.
Are they actively
His
being able to
base,
tell a story
his base,
effectively?
right?
Yes,
No, no.
one at a
JD.
time, guys.
If you are going to Trump's base, he
Hold on.
already is going to
That's
win
not
them people. How
necessarily
is that helping
true.
I don't
people
That's
that's
not
know.
not going to
necessarily true
support
because
him?
turnout is a
Oh,
problem. And a lot of these poor communities, they wanted Trump to pick somebody that they feel like could carry on his torch, his legacy. And
And that's not JD Vance.
if
And
he
there's
chose,
no numbers and no data that proves that JD Vance has been a good
well,
pick.
I will put it to you
He's
like
not.
this. As you just said, that
okay.
Kamala doesn't really have a record to stand on. Quite frankly, JD Vance doesn't either. He's been in the Senate for 2 years. But I will say this at the same time,
Correct.
he's a lot more of an eloquent speaker and somebody that can build his policy chops, which is traditionally what the vice presidency is for, right? Whereas Kamala was the vice president for 3.5, going on 4 years now, and she still can't string together a sentence. She still doesn't understand any policies because she doesn't have any on her website. And she chose the most radical gubernatorial pick
Yeah,
she
but
could have
guess what?
chosen
Guess
because she
what?
was
The
scared.
anti-Trump movement and emotion has got her to winning all of the national polls and on the route to win. So we got to be
Jamal,
serious.
if you
If the
believe
right,
that, you're
if the
crazy.
right, no, listen. If the right wants to win, we
Jamal,
got to
how
be
was she
serious.
polling at 25%
Number
2 weeks
one,
ago, and now all of a sudden she's polling
Javon,
at
Javon.
55?
Here's what I'm
That
saying.
makes no sense.
You're talking to an ally here. But y'all have to be serious, or y'all
But
gonna
Jamal, what
lose.
I'm saying is we also have to
Serious. You
recognize.
have to understand.
Javon, hold on. It's too many people talking. We're trying to follow the conversation. I want to hear Jamal's position. Javon, you can respond back. And then I have a question for Javon in reference to Trump. Again, you're not coming on stage, folks, if you're not following the host and co-host. If you have not retweeted the space out in your timeline, don't expect a spot on the stage. In fact, to the co-host, don't bring nobody up because they're gonna respect these goddamn rules. Um, so Javon, Jamal, go ahead and make your point because I think you're making a fine point. I think that Javon is biased, and I think that his vision is cloudy because he used to be
So
because he's affiliated with the
yeah,
Trump
that's what I was
campaign.
gonna say. Javon, they need to hire Javon because Javon is definitely giving strategy right now, and because he is a Trumper and he'll let you know that, right? I think he's spot
Well,
on,
they should have
right?
hired Jamal because Jamal sees it
So
from both spectrums.
hey,
So go ahead, let Jamal make his position, and Javon, you respond. Jamal, you got it.
You muted me. I'm sorry. I was talking.
Sorry about that.
So no problem. So here's the thing, guys. I've been doing strategy for a long time now, and I want you guys to understand. The first thing that I've done, the biggest company I had was on the marketing side. Politics is all about marketing, guys. It's all about who is able to tell the story in the best way. And so the reality is that if Kamala has a VP that has a movement behind them that they can tell people a certain story that makes them not think about immigration and not think about what he's the trans movement and these different things, then that's how they'll be able to capture them. You got to understand you got a couple things against Trump. You have a large, almost half the damn country is anti-Trump, right? So you got a large movement of anti-Trump people who just don't want to see Trump in office. And so that's why it was so important for Trump to get someone that added value that they can tell the story around. It's not about the media and all these different things you're talking about. It's about who can he put. I'll tell you what. If he would have put somebody that was black on the ticket, I guarantee you he'd have had an extra few points in percentage, a boost for black people. You got to understand this election could be decided by a few percentage points. And so every decision that you make going forward can cost you a percent or 2% or 3%. JD Vance does not add 2 or 1 or 3% to Trump. That is where the problem is. Tim Walz adds a percent or two for Kamala. And so she added the value because she was able to unify the far left and the Palestinian folks who would have been against Josh Shapiro to say, well, damn, we hate Trump enough. We'll go ahead and vote for Kamala because Tim Walz is far left enough for us. So she added a point or two to her. What is Trump doing to add a point? He actually is going against his points, going to the governor of Georgia, fighting Brian Kemp, fighting the sides of the Republican Party that he don't like because he's still mad they didn't help him steal the election. He has to make right decisions going forward and stop fighting the Republicans who are still Republicans are going to vote and support him, or he is going to lose.
I think that's a fine
Can
position.
I'll respond to that
Um,
real quickly.
Go ahead.
All right, this is going to be a real frank conversation, but I want y'all to stay with me because I'm speaking nothing but data. When Trump won in 2016, he did not win 10 to 20% of the black vote. Okay? So I'm going to tell you guys right now, and I hate to tell us this the truth, he doesn't need 10 to 20% of the black vote to win this election. He does not.
Of course,
Right?
we know
Right.
that.
Okay, so let's start there, right? The reason he lost is because he lost Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are the places that he won in 2016, right? So if that's the understanding that those are the three target states, this is why I keep saying this. Tim Walz is not in that atmosphere. He just got selected today to pretend that this man,
This is a different race. We got to
listen to
be
what I'm
honest. This
saying
is
though.
not Trump
I'm
versus
not saying
Hillary.
it
This is
is.
not Trump
I'm
versus
not saying it
Hillary. You got
is.
to
I'm
understand this is a different race.
I completely understand that. What I'm telling you right now, I can almost guarantee it, is that the reason Kamala Harris chose a 60-year-old basic looking white dude is because she needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Okay? We all know this, right? So what I'm arguing is when you start digging into his record, because that's what happens the day or two, like when JD Vance first got pitched, there were hundreds of nice fluffy stories, and then the heat started getting turned up. All right. And now this is why you're saying, oh, he doesn't add value. Tim Walsh was literally picked a couple of hours ago today. He's gonna have his honeymoon right now with the media. And they're going to continue this because the media doesn't like Trump. This is not a surprise.
Please remember it's only 90 days
I
left.
understand that. It's only 90 days left. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to go, what is actually in his record? And because Kamala doesn't have any policies, that leads me to assume she's going to adopt some from her VP. And when I look at those policies from Tim Walz, what do I see? Illegal immigrants getting free health care, driver's license, tuition. You're changing the state flag to reflect Somali Americans. You say you want to put tampons in the boys' bathroom. You say that LGBT that
And
children
that's
should
how
get
they're going to
gender
campaign.
reassessment surgery because they
They're not
matter.
going to
And I'm
campaign
telling
like
you
that,
right
though.
now, they
They're not.
cannot take their asses into Philadelphia or Chicago or New York and say, we support these things.
So
Guess
real
what?
quick. So Jamal,
They're
you
going to
said
win
they're not going to
majority of those
campaign.
So
places.
what are they going
So
to
Jamal,
say?
you said they're not going to campaign. You don't think the Republicans are campaign on what Javon is talking about, Jamal?
I don't think that here's the problem. The problem that Trump has is that he has to try to campaign against them and try to campaign for himself, right? So that's our big problem because he has this anti-Trump movement that
But
is
Jamal, that's always
in the
existed.
position.
Hold
No,
on. Let
no.
Jamal land his plane.
You got to understand. You have an anti-Trump movement that is now with the 34 felonies and now with all of these court cases and now he's going to be sentenced in September. How can I make the case in the next couple months against Kamala and Tim when every day I'm fighting the news talking about my case, the news talking about me getting sentenced. All the anti-Trumpers are after me. So you are fighting two marketing wars, two wars. That's why I said he needed someone to add value because he needs someone to run around and to move forward the message that needs to be moved forward that people will actually like and listen to.
So real.
because he is fighting cases every day and he is fighting against
So
And
Jamal, real
anti-trumpism.
Jamal,
quick,
that's why
you don't think Vance brings in some of those never Trumpers?
those
No,
Midwesterners
No,
no.
No.
no, no.
re-ups.
Oh.
This is
So
what this
let me
is.
jump in.
Okay.
Hold on, Javon. Hold on. Let me jump in. I'm in full total agreement with Jamal. I don't think Jay and I live in Ohio. I'm not in Atlanta right now. I'm in Ohio, born and raised. Okay. Um, JD Vance is not popular. He was never a big politician in the state of Ohio, Northwest Ohio. He's not a big deal. Trump gave this guy more relevancy, more of a household name now, but no one was following JD Vance. You know, the only thing he has to his name was that he was a military veteran and his mother was a crackhead. Okay, there's nothing special about JD Vance. In fact, when he was running for office during the political season, um, there was a bunch of I think they said he lied about his record. I don't know if that was J.R. Majewski, but J.R. Majewski and J.D. Vance, they were almost like brothers, if you will, because they were running at the same time and they did their campaign almost hand in hand. Um, J.R. Majewski's from Toledo, Ohio. I'm from Toledo, born and raised. But there's nothing special about J.D. Vance. I was upset and I felt let down that Trump picked J.D. Vance. I felt like he should have picked somebody with more of a name recognition, someone who's deeper into politics, someone who understands the global stage a lot better, someone who can resonate with young voters, but also really push the conservative movement um, and get it really from the old rhinos, if you will, to something that's new, young blood, and more energetic.
Correct.
I don't feel that with JD
I
Vance
would have
at
loved to
all.
see Vivek.
I think that it was I think it was a calculated mistake
It was a
for
big
Donald
mistake.
Trump to. It was a big mistake. Absolutely, it was catastrophic. If you, in
So,
my
sir,
opinion,
let
I mean,
me
he
let
could
me
have.
say this because I got a
Go ahead.
Mario and you know trying to pull me into their space on this too. So let me say this. I want y'all to understand, and I know there's some folks who are the super Trump folks. That's great. I'm independent, all right. So I'm not super nobody, and I don't like Kamala at all. Okay, but here's the case here. This is all about marketing and creating perception. If you can create a certain perception, it can fool people about the realities. That's what Democrats have always been good at. Understand that if they can create a perception and a movement for a short period of time, remember, we only got 90 days. I'm telling y'all, somebody who ran for mayor, and this guy got in, and within 90 days of him campaigning, no one knew nothing about him. He won, and now he's wrecking havoc on this city because he was not known, and he was elected because he got to the top two with a white guy. Okay. So now I want y'all to understand 90 days is a short period of time to tell a story and create a perception. So that's why I say it's important for Trump to try to change the narrative from Kamala. Remember, nobody talking about him being shot right now. Remember, this is all about how you create a perception. When he got shot, the whole world said Trump definitely gonna win. And then boom, what happened? Kamala Harris came in next week. Nobody's talking about it no more. Now everybody's looking at Kamala. Boom, she's still on her honeymoon and she's picking Tim Walz. This is all about marketing and perception. And whoever is the best at it over the next 90 days is going to win this election. That's all I'm trying to get y'all to understand. Love everybody.
Let me ask you this really quick, because I know you got to get
Yep.
going. I want to ask you about Donald Trump. A lot of Black Americans say, you know what? I'm going to weaponize my vote, be strategic with my vote this year, and I'm going to elect and vote for Donald Trump. Because we know that the Democratic Party has done nothing tangible or meaningful for Black Americans. You know, we've been pandered to, we've been promised X, Y, and Z, and we've never gotten anything, right? Black folks have historically been voting Democrat all of our life. The problem is that many people are trying to, are waking up and they're smelling the coffee and they're saying we're done. Donald Trump, when Donald Trump gets majority of, at least online and what we hear in the media, Donald Trump is getting an overwhelming amount of Black support.
Yep.
However, as an activist, I can't back Donald Trump comfortably
Yep.
when I hear him saying that he's going to give police
Immunity.
officers
Correct.
full qualified immunity, right? So where do you stand on that? And what does that look like? What does full qualified immunity
Yeah,
look like?
I feel the same way about you. There are some policies that I cannot get behind, right? And so essentially, we're going to have to choose based on who align with us the most. I think there needs to be black people around Trump, right? That he needs to trust. That need to tell him, hey, you're gonna have to lay off of this. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's what needs to happen in his inner circle because they are making some bad decisions right now. And Kamala is making good decisions in the eyes of the public, right? Not the few people like Javon, but if you look at the perception, she's making good decisions because more people are talking good about her pick than bad. More people are talking good about when she was switched in than bad. So understand whoever wins the perception war can fool people the way that they want to be fooled. So I think Trump needs to not make any decisions or alienate folks with his statements, and he needs to create a new inner circle. And I would sub out JD Vance just to shift the narrative and put a spotlight on somebody who can add value while he's fighting his legal troubles every day. Love y'all. Gotta go to
Do
this
you
other
think
one.
it's too late for? Do you think it's too late for him to sub him
No,
out?
I think it wasn't too late to sub Kamala in 2 weeks ago. Sub him out.
All right, thanks so much, Jamal Green. Everyone, make sure you guys follow this brilliant mind right here. I next want to go to Reverend Damien. You're up next.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mage. Really good conversation. What's up, Laverne? What's up, Rio? See everybody in the space, Jasmine. I just want to be quick about this. There's nothing more middle America than JD Vance. Like, you know what MAGA is? MAGA is all the white people that have felt disrespected and forgotten about for many years in America. We're talking about the folks in West Virginia. We're talking about the people in Palestine, Ohio, who are on meth and taking opioids, right? Those people were forgotten about. And that's how MAGA was created because Trump spoke to those people. And you see MAGA is now one of the more powerful movements, if not the most powerful movement in this country. So when you look at JD Vance's story, broken home, his mother was on drugs, but he went to the military, served this country valiantly, and made something of himself, and then became elected in the United States Senate by the age of 39. It doesn't get any more middle America Rust Belt than that, right? And so I disagree that JD Vance does not bring value to this campaign. Number two, as Javon said eloquently earlier, Trump lost in 2020 because of those swing states, right? Because of the pandemic, so forth and so on. So when you talk about JD Vance, it's going to shore up Ohio, a place that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have never set foot. They never went to Palestine, Ohio, but Trump was there the next day. Those things are going to work. But then when you talk about Tim Walz, again, Kamala has a black man problem. And then today she has a man problem. And she made it worse by picking a VP that wants to put tampons in a boy's bathroom. So she's hurting herself. Then you talk about a guys that people have mentioned wanted to give driver's license to illegals. Black Americans care about that. Change the flag to support Somalis. Here's the other part, and I'll land on this. Would you rather piss off Palestinian protesters or piss off Jews in this country? Well, they pissed off Jews by picking Tim Walz instead of Shapiro and then placating to the Somalis, which makes no sense whatsoever in the Palestinian protesters. It makes no sense. So when you talk about the decision making of Kamala Harris, this is her first big decision, and she dropped the ball valiantly with this decision. My last point. Hey, don't get me wrong. I know a lot of people aren't excited about JD Vance, right? But when you stack up JD Vance versus a Tim Walz, JD Vance mops the floor with Tim Walz and his horrible policies. And here we are, 3 weeks after Kamala announced that she's going to run, and she still doesn't have any policy on her website. I'll land there. Thank you so much.
No, definitely, great stuff right there. Rios, did you want to jump in there? All right.
No, I'm good, bro.
All right. So we have a Trump. I don't know if this guy is officially with the campaign or not. He's in the back channels. I'm gonna try to get him up on stage. But while we're waiting on that, let's go to JG Burgrass, you're up next.
Great, Major. Thanks for the space. To the topic of the room, I agree with Major, and I think it's Jamal, what was said about the Trump campaign and having some black people, even if it's you, Rev, just some black people in his cabinet that are not afraid of him, that can actually bring and add value. There are some things that he has said. I don't think this election is going to be around on policy, because right now, what's being painted is the fight for freedom, and we're talking about women's rights, right, and not taking us back and everything ridiculous that Trump has said. If he could just ground himself and not say stupid stuff. Kamala has in the past before, but if you watch what she's doing, she's bringing this word of unity. And Walter VP pick, whether he's a moron or not, they're making the case to everyday people, right? Not the one percenters and not the MAGA movement, but everyday people, the teachers of the world, right? The unity that Trump said he wanted to do when he talked about getting shot and then went left or went right or whatever, right? So I think that he's really got to step it up. And I'll say this: if he had some black people, right, on his cabinet, he could come up with a plan. Maybe not like Ice Cube was gonna do, but similar to where it's speaking to us, right? I think both of these parties are gonna have to do that, but I think Trump more so than Kamala, because she's already got a base of people saying she can identify what it is, whether she's black or not. She can identify what it is, and she's got an ear to listen regardless of what she's done. So at the end of the day, it's going to be like Jamal said, who can tell the best story and sway the masses, and all the other stuff don't matter, because if Trump can say grab him by the pussy and still win with women's vote 2016, well, Kamala can do the same damn thing with incarcerating black men when she was attorney general in California.
Interesting
Hey,
there.
Mage, can I tell you something? 10 seconds.
Yeah, go
Another
ahead.
quick thing I forgot to point out. Uh, there's a story going around that Tim Walz ran away from his duty in Iraq. There's,
I
yeah,
saw
so
that.
that's a big one. If you don't serve this country in the way you're supposed to, and you ran away from the big
Mm-mm,
moments, that doesn't work in the
mm-mm.
Rust Belt. Believe you me.
And
Is that
also they're saying
confirmed?
that they yeah, no, that is confirmed. And they're also saying that he embellished his record and his rank. So it's going to be tough for him. I'm going to be looking at a lot of the stuff, all the media reports and stuff like that, and trying to weigh out the options. And we're going to continue to have these discussions. Next, I want to bring up Gerard. What's his name? Gerard Petaway. Gerard Petaway, you're up next. Gerard, you're up next. Okay, apparently he's not there.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. The reason I was gonna say exactly something similar to what Jamal is saying, right? Okay. You gotta look at the Democratic Party for what it is. I'm a Republican. I was born Republican. We're educated, intelligent people in here, right? And we know that the Democratic Party looks attractive for black people. There's no denying it. It looks nice. It looks like they're rolling out the red carpet for us. They're doing a better job than the Republicans. Like, where is that not being seen at? That's where I'm misunderstood. Does that make sense to what I'm saying? Because if you look at it on paper, like look at their policies, like I work with kids in Intel, like the Democrats have opened up doors for the CHIP Act. Now you can get these small companies that can do things with China and Japan and do all those things through Democrats. You have the VP that she picked, preschool lunches, all these things that are attractive to Black Americans. So in order for Republicans to be more attractive to Black Americans, they need to stop doing things on paper and in the public that look negative towards our community. Whether it's not, whatever they got on paper, it looks negative when you see it on TV. And some of the things that are tied to the Republican Party look negative. That's just bottom line. And I'll land with that.
All right, appreciate that. No, you're absolutely right. When I speak to Black Americans, whether they are Democrats and or those who are yet undecided, I'm hearing folks say, um, that we want tangibles. And what are the tangibles that most Black Americans want? Are they're looking for equity. But Black Americans are looking to be made whole again. Black Americans are tired of being pandered to. They're tired of being lied to. And they're tired of people doing symbolic gestures like symbolic holidays like Juneteenth, right? Black Americans are looking for protections, hate crime bills, anti-lynching bills, right? The George Floyd Policing Act. Black Americans are looking for reparations. Black Americans are looking for criminal justice reform, a overhaul on the judicial system in terms of sentencing guidelines and what sort of crimes are going to be a priority. So those are some of the agenda items that I'm listening to. I'm also hearing some Black Americans say, you know what, both parties are full of shit. Both parties are racist. Both parties continuously ignore Black Americans. I'm hearing Black Americans saying, I'm going to sit this election out. I'm sitting on the couch. And while I think that that's not an option, while I think it's counterproductive, while I think it goes against the very notion of fighting for what reparations is, for those of you that are fighting for reparations, for you to say that you're going to sit this election out is counterproductive. It makes no sense. And so Reverend Damien, what I tell Black Americans is you need to learn how to strategize your vote, weaponize your votes, and make it count for something. Right? Vote locally. Put your own candidates up. Encourage your friend to run for office. Finance and bankroll your own candidates. Right? And so those are just some of the things that Black Americans can do. But also, most importantly, Black Americans are sick and tired of the Democrat Party. Black Americans are saying, listen, we're ready to fuck with Trump today. We're ready to put it on the line. We're ready to get behind a politician, a candidate who's saying that he's going to do mass deportations. Black Americans are ready to make the digital switch. But what they can't do, like activists like myself, and we heard from my brother Jamal Green, is that we cannot get behind a candidate who's saying, I'm going to give police officers a license to murder you, to unalive you, to take your freedom away, and there's no recourse. Because what we heard from Donald Trump at the National Association for Black Journalists is that he's going to give police officers an additional level of qualified immunity, full protection. So, what we do know, and we've had much discussion on this, Reeves and I, and others like Mark Carter, the conversation has gone from, well, we're going to give full qualified immunity. Well, what is qualified immunity? Right? Those are, it's a legal doctrine, which typically a judge rules on it and says that this officer will not be held liable civilly. Well, if you listen to what Donald Trump is saying, that he's going to give full qualified immunity. So, what does that look like? Well, full qualified immunity, if you're talking to an average person, that means that you're going to give them special protections on the criminal side. So when we see cases of George Floyd, when we see cases of Breonna Taylor, when we see cases of Tamir Rice, when we see cases of Laquan McDonald, when we see cases, so many different cases of Tyree Nichols and Philando Castile, of Black people being murdered by police officers, these extrajudicial killings, someone on the Trump team has to tell your guy to pump his brakes. Okay, I don't even know if it'll be, if it's even feasible that he can realistically give them extra immunity. But we got a Trump campaign account up here, and I'm not sure if this guy is really tied to the Trump campaign, but it's a million for MAGA. Welcome to the stage. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. And no, sir, not officially affiliated with the Trump campaign. It's just purely a grassroots movement I'm trying to create awareness for. I really appreciate the opportunity to let me speak, and I hope you guys are all doing all right. Like I say,
Oh yeah, so fair enough. Yeah, I want you to respond to what you just heard me say. Um, First of all, make sure you follow the host and co-host. But also, I want you to respond to what I had to say from what many Black Americans Phil, I want you to speak to what Black Americans are seeking and what they expect out of their political candidate, but also most importantly, this qualified immunity and how it affects Black Americans.
And I really think it just, and not being African American, it's tough to say, but I feel like there just needs some realness. It, from my opinion, it seems there's just African Americans are used as a political piece, and on both parties, to be quite honest. And there just needs to be some authenticity out of politicians that can really speak to the African American community. And like I said, just be real about it.
Okay, so we've seen countless cases. I'll try to be more direct.
Hmm.
We've seen countless cases of police brutality and injustices, particularly that affect Black Americans, where Black Americans are being gunned down. We've seen police officers walk into people's apartments and shoot them and kill them and say, "You know what? My bad. I thought this was my apartment." Right? We saw that happen in Texas. We saw what happened to recently with Sonia Massey, the Black woman who had a pot of water, and she was gunned down in her own home. Um, and when you see these cases, and Trump even said, I'll give him credit, he did say, "I saw the video. I did not like what I saw. It did not look good. It did not look good." But then yet Trump is touting this, this qualified immunity, that he's going to extend immunity. How do you respond to that? Because it hurts Black
I was going to
Americans.
say it's not right. Of course, you got to support the blue, and they're American and human at the end of the day. But man, people make mistakes, and what's wrong is wrong, and it's got to be called out for just that. In those instances, like I say, he did try to speak.
But under qualified, yeah, I think you're missing the point. Underneath qualified immunity, at least what Trump is proposing, that officers would not be held civilly, even for a mistake. They would not be held liable civilly or even criminally when it's a case of a criminal case.
Yeah, and I can't agree with that.
So, now are you? Do you have a contact within the Trump campaign that you're working with, at least in support of?
Yes, sir. Yeah, in North Carolina.
Got you. Okay, cool. Now, you also mentioned on the back channel that you have a call that you're doing, I believe, tonight.
No, I hadn't scheduled yet. Like I say, I'm meeting with the campaign here at 7 Eastern and trying to get everything locked in for this week.
Okay. Well, listen. I don't know if you have a Black American, obviously, and it's not to pull the race
Yeah,
card, but
no.
Black Americans have. We're all Americans. However, Black Americans have a unique lived experience in this nation and did build the very fabrics of America. Do you have a Black American, not an African or not a Caribbean, but do you have a Black American who's a descendant of slaves in America, working with you on this particular call, and that can also advocate for the issues of Black Americans?
No, sir. And that was one of the reasons I reached out to you is that voice needs to be heard. And that was honestly what I wanted to start with the movement is in a response to, the white dudes for Harris and all this, identity politics. It's like, man, I want America to see that, Trump supporters are all America and have all those opinions and voices be heard. And, not make it about any one particular type of group of people at all.
All right, thank you so much. And so I'm going to ask my co-host Rios to get Mark Carter in here. Mark Carter has been a staunch supporter of Donald Trump. He's widely popular. He's been leading the movement to get more and more Black Americans, just as well as Rios and I, to get more Black Americans to consider Trump as an option, as a viable option. So we'll try to get Mark Carter in this space, who's based out of Chicago. You may have seen some of his viral videos and things of that nature. So there's that, and he's launched Felons for Trump and Chicago Go Red pack out in Chicago, Illinois. So I think that that'll be a great solution. Also, Re-ups, if you follow Re-ups, I'm sure you already
Mm-hmm.
are. Uh, Re-ups would be a fine person to get on that call to really advocate and push for the issues that affect Black Americans in particular, and some of the things that we want to see from Trump. One thing that most Black Americans are proud of what Trump has done is the Platinum Plan, opportunity zones, and investing in HBCUs. We saw what he did with, and Laverne has been a big supporter of this, is the First Step Act, and how that has tremendously helped Black Americans who have been sentenced to the federal prison system. And so we've seen how that works. Again, we'd be interested in working with you all on this particular call, so that way we can really echo and amplify the voices of Black Americans. So make sure you reach out to Laverne Spicer and also Re-Ups, and we can get Mark Carter in the space at some point. And I appreciate you for being here. Next, I want to go to De La Soul. De La Soul, you're up next. And to those of you all who are trying to get on stage, you must be following the host and co-host. That is your access and your ticket on the stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, happy Tuesday. I initially just raised my hand and just requested to come up here, really just to speak to the title of the space. Right now, I am not a Trump supporter. I I am a Democrat, but I do want to be honest. I have my own criticisms of the Democratic Party, and just to be clear, I did not vote for Joe Biden in 2020, but I voted against Trump. So that's sort of a little bit about how I see things ideologically. So what I do want to say as it relates to Tim Walz, and I said this in another space this morning, um, when I first heard that he was chosen, I was not really excited about him. I like him, he's cool, and ideologically, I like some of the things he's done in Minnesota.
Revenue opportunities associated with the joint venture. The initial and planned investments by Volkswagen Group, in addition to our cash equivalents, and short-term investments, are expected to provide the capital to fund Rivian's operations through the ramp of R2 and Normal, as well as the midsize platform in Georgia, enabling a path to positive free cash flow and meaningful scale. As RJ mentioned, we expect the deal to close in the fourth quarter of this year, and we will provide additional details at that time. During the second quarter, we improved our cash flow from operations by 41% as compared to the first quarter of 2024. This improvement is reflective of our continued focus on cost and greater working capital efficiency across the business. As compared to the first quarter of 2024, we reduced our gross profit loss per vehicle by approximately $6,000 and made progress on reducing our gross inventory balance. We believe these trends will result in further improvements in our cash usage for the second half of 2024. As we look ahead, we are reaffirming our 2024 production guidance of 57,000 units, delivery expectations of low single-digit growth as compared to 2023, EBITDA guidance of negative $2.7 billion, and capital expenditures of $1.2 billion. As a reminder, coming out of the retooling upgrade, we are currently operating the R1 line on a two-shift operation, which results in 56,000 units of annual run rate output. Our commercial van line is currently running on a limited one-shift operation, which has the potential to deliver a run rate annual output of 15,000 units. As we look ahead for 2025, we expect that our Normal facility will not be producing vehicles for more than 1 month during the second half of the year as we upgrade and integrate new equipment into the plant ahead of our first half of 2026 R2 launch. We continue to see a clear path to long-term approximately 25% gross margin target, high teens adjusted EBITDA margin target, and approximately 10% free cash flow margin target. I wanted to again thank our team, partners, customers, suppliers, and shareholders for the tremendous support. With that, let me turn the call back over to the operator to open the line for Q&A.
Thank you. As a reminder, to ask a question, please press star 11 on your telephone and wait for your name to be announced. To withdraw your question, please press star 11 again. Please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. One moment for questions. Our first question comes from George Gianarikas with Canaccord Genuity. You may proceed.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for taking my questions. Maybe just to start, can you just please talk about your geographic strategy, particularly in Europe, in light of the recent VW relationship?
Thanks, George. As it stands today, the R1 products are being sold throughout the United States and Canada, and our EDV products are primarily our commercial van products are primarily focused in the United States, but we have made some deliveries in Europe and specifically in Germany. Now, with regards to our future products with R2 and of course R3, those have been developed really at their core to fit not only the U.S. market, but to also fit the European market. And you can really see it as you look at the R2, R3 combination of what we believe capturing a sweet spot in terms of both addressing demand for midsize SUVs in both U.S. and European markets, but also with R3 capturing a smaller crossover market. And so, as you've heard us talk about many times, this is one of the things we're so excited about with the R2 platform is just the growth in the addressable market for us as a business.
Thank you. Maybe as a follow-up on the VW relationship, I know you're still working through the details, you mentioned that, but is there any update on the potential to transfer some of your OpEx into that JV? Thank you.
Yeah, as you said, we haven't announced the specifics around the joint venture, inclusive of any of the associated cost sharing. But I think importantly, I'd want to call out is how this relationship was formed, and it's really formed on the basis of leveraging the technical platform that we built around our network architecture, our topology of ECUs, and of course our software stack, and allowing and enabling that technology to really scale well beyond Rivian's product line and to enable us to get to global scale across multiple markets very quickly. So we're ecstatic about the impact that can drive in terms of helping to create exciting products that give consumers choices to move towards electrification. We're also excited about the scale that provides us from a sourcing point of view and a supply chain point of view as we think about the components and the assemblies that go into those systems.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Mark Delaney with Goldman Sachs. You may proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks very much for taking the questions. First, I was hoping to better understand how the company is tracking toward the target of positive gross margin in the fourth quarter, and have the drivers changed at all, especially as we've seen things like a 2.99% incentive that you're utilizing and perhaps changes the mechanics to the positive gross profit bridge?
Thanks, Mark. There are still three key drivers to our path to positive gross profit in Q4. The first is the variable cost improvement. We spent a lot of time at our Investor Day talking about the material cost reduction roadmap associated with our new Gen 2 technology introductions, material cost reductions that we've had through supplier negotiations, as well as the commodity cost tailwinds that we anticipate seeing throughout the course of the second half of this year and into 2025 as well. The second driver is our fixed cost leverage, and this is enabled by the retooling upgrade that we had in Normal, which has improved our production line rate by approximately 30%. And this, together with the increased Q4 production volumes we anticipate seeing, as well as our reduction in depreciation expense across the business, will help drive this fixed cost leverage. And the last key driver for us, as we talked about in the past, is an increase in revenue per delivered unit. And this we'll see through the introduction of our tri-motor R1s that you heard RJ speak about in his prepared remarks, as well as non-vehicle revenue growth from the sale of regulatory credits and the introduction of our pre-owned Rivian sales. We continue to remain confident in our path to positive gross profit in Q4. And it's important to note that our Q2 results had very limited sales of our Gen 2 vehicles. So you're not actually seeing any of the flow through of the improvements that we've made throughout our production line or our material costs yet flow through the results themselves as we look at the Q2 actions as a whole.
Thanks for that, Claire. My second question was how to better think about the material cost improvements you're looking to achieve, such as the 20% for the dual motor large pack second gen R1 compared to the first gen. I think those cost improvements did not incorporate some of the potential savings you think you may be able to realize now that you have the VW news out there and some of the response you've seen from suppliers. So I realize it's still somewhat early, but can you share a bit more on the magnitude of potential material cost improvements you may see as you're able to execute on some of that expanded opportunity? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark, for the follow-up. You're absolutely right. There's the 20% that we've referenced in cost reduction on the bill of materials for a like-for-like vehicle. That's based upon technical changes we made to the vehicle and supplier negotiations that we drove over the last 18 months. There's certainly more room to go in terms of applying some of the leverage that we're going to see, not only with the relationship we're building with Volkswagen, but also with the scale that comes with R2. And so we do see continued progress as we drive towards the long-term goal of 25% gross margin for our normal facility. And it's these continued cost efforts that we're talking about here on reducing our bill of materials. We also see improvements happening in our conversion costs at the plant, and those conversion costs are both the continued progress around efficiency improvements within the plant, but also over time the enhanced fixed cost leverage that's going to come from bringing R2 to production to be produced in normal as well.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Philippe Houchois with Jefferies. You may proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much. A couple of questions for me. One is very little mention of EDV in the release. Could you give us an update on how your customer trials are going on and might have a kind of an idea of when you might have first customers outside of the Amazon deal?
Thanks for the question, Philip. The EDV program is something that for us is we're really excited about. The impact of it in terms of reducing carbon emissions on a per mile basis is outstanding over internal combustion vehicles. And we've been able to really prove the robustness of the platform and the strength of the offering through our relationship and partnership with Amazon. And having a large deployed fleet of these before we started running the pilot programs we've talked about in the past with non-Amazon customers was really helpful as we refined not just the vehicle, but also the software surrounding the vehicle. And so as we've talked about in the past, we're over the course of this year, we've been running pilots in anticipation of more significant ramp up in 2025. And this focus on pilots is really reflective of the nature of this business, where these are large decisions around large numbers of vehicles for a lot of these bigger fleets. And it's appropriate that we build effective working models for how the vehicles are serviced, what digital support the vehicles have, what infrastructure changes are necessary for each respective fleet. It's a lot different than adding a single charger in your garage when you buy an R1. When you're thinking about adding many chargers and a lot of new power into, let's say, a fulfillment center, a distribution center, or an operating center. If you're a business that's running 20, 30, 40, 50, maybe 100 plus vans out of it. So these are great learnings that we've been driving off the basis of what we put together with Amazon. And we are looking forward to starting to talk about other customers beyond Amazon.
Right. Thank you very much. If I can squeeze another one. On this Volkswagen relationship, did I understand correctly? You expect it to close in Q4, and at that point, you will disclose, to the extent you agree with Volkswagen, you will disclose the terms of the JV, and we might be able to get a lot of questions around the accounting and the JV and how much of the cost might be shared with the JV between regions. Will we get that information in the fourth quarter?
Yes, exactly. So we'll be filing the definitive agreements associated with the Volkswagen technology joint venture once the JV is closed, which we anticipate being in Q4 of this year, and we'll provide additional clarity on some of the financial impacts of the JV to Rivian's longer-term financial forecast and trajectory. As RJ pointed to, we do anticipate seeing beyond the capital that Volkswagen Group will provide, incremental benefits, including material cost savings, operating expense efficiencies, and future revenues associated with the joint venture.
Great.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Dan Levy with Barclays. You may proceed.
Hi, thank you for taking the questions. Wanted to go back to Mark's question earlier, and maybe you could just help us unpack some of the ASP dynamics in the quarter, because we know that there was some discounting that you needed to use to clear out some of the old inventory. And guess wondering really what how we should think about the right starting point for where you were on an ASP perspective in the second quarter, if we forget about some of those discounts, and just based on what you're seeing, I believe you need to hit flat ASPs from where you were in 1Q to hit the gross margin. So just anything on the right way to look about ASPs and the discounting needed for your targets.
Thanks, Dan. The challenge with introducing an update or a second generation to a product, while still, of course, producing the first generation, is always in exactly what you just referenced, which is it's not as if we stop production, immediately start production, have no inventory in the system. So there's inventory of our Gen 1 vehicles. And we did have some attractive pricing on some of those variants of our Gen 1 vehicles to essentially, as you said, clear them through the system as we then start producing and delivering our Gen 2 vehicles. We don't look at that as a long-term shift in pricing, but rather reflective of the step change we've seen in the Gen 2 vehicles in terms of performance and capability. And we've been very, very clear in just talking about the differences between the vehicles. And we're really pleased with the results that we saw in Q2. You saw the number of deliveries exceed production by quite a bit, and that was really the burn down or burn through of the Gen 1 inventory. Now, in terms of ongoing expectations for ASP, the other thing I'd want to call out here is that with the introduction of the Gen 2 vehicle, Claire referenced this, but we have a tri-motor and we have a quad motor, and the quad motor performance is extremely high. It's a big step forward relative to our first generation quad. Acceleration is a lot quicker. The range and efficiency is improved. The thermal performance particularly for off-road, really intense driving is outstanding. And that allowed us to move the quad motor up market and the tri-motor to really occupy the price position or the price space where we saw the first generation quad operate. And so that was very intentional. And the goal was between the dual motor, the tri-motor, and the quad motor to create a wide band of pricing starting at just over 70 and going up, over, well into, over $100,000. That allows us to not only offer vehicles to folks that are very price sensitive, but also to give products to customers that want the best of what we can build. And so those changes happening at the drivetrain level certainly help maintain ASP. But importantly, we also have a new trim package that we've just launched, which is a more premium trim from what we'd originally had. We call this the Ascent trim. But this trim package, which is built into the tri and the quad motor configurations, is another element of providing customers with a variant or a choice that is at a higher price point, but of course, delivering more content and more features.
Maybe just adding a couple of additional points of color back to prior comments that we've made in the past. In our Q4 earnings call, we had said that we expected that our ASP, for the vehicles themselves would be consistent Q4 of 23 relative to Q4 of 24. We still expect that to be the case as we sit here today. And then the other point as we think about the seasonality of the business is consistent with Q4 of last year. It's far more indexed towards R1 sales relative to commercial van sales, which in aggregate lifts the overall revenue per delivered unit because of some of the Amazon-related seasonality that we expect to continue to be the case in Q4 of this year. And then back on RJ's final comments, we'll have sales of our tri-motors in Q4, which will allow us to stretch up the higher end of ASPs to complement our starting price point, which is still $69,900 for our standard packs for R1T.
Got it. So it sounds like there's some positive mix assumptions in there. Thank you. Just as a follow-up, I wanted to go to the VW investment and wondering, from the fact that you got this money in what I think many of us consider to be a more sort of efficient manner than going through the capital markets. What does this allow you to do from a product plan or capacity perspective that previously wasn't, on the table if you were going to be fully reliant on the capital markets?
A really important part of what this deal represents for us is it really eliminates a lot of the risk that was seen around our balance sheet and allows us to focus the launch of R2 still using our normal facility. But as you've heard Claire and I both talk about as part of our investor day, not only have the balance sheet to support launching R2, but also the balance sheet to support taking us through positive cash flow. And we recognize the importance of that focus on driving efficiency into the business, both in terms of how we operate the business, but also in terms of how we deploy capital from a CapEx point of view and an investment point of view. And the organization is hyper-focused on driving towards profitability and hyper-focused on the launch of R2 and what that represents for us in terms of the scaling that comes with it.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Joseph Spak with UBS. You may proceed.
Thanks. Good afternoon. RJ, maybe you could just dive a little bit more into what is exactly happening in the plant and what's impacting the R1 line, R2 work doing next year. And then Claire, can we expect that the R1, given that most of the changes are already done, can ramp back up pretty quickly so we could understand the shape of gross margins next year? Because it sounds like you guys are planning for maybe some sequential improvement until that downtime, maybe a downtick in the third quarter and then a recovery in the fourth quarter. I just want to make sure that's we're properly calibrated there.
Sure, Joe. Yeah, so as we think about the operations next year, this is looking at 2025. We've said we're going to be taking the plant down for roughly a month while we make some of the changes necessary to integrate the R2 production into the plant. Some of that work has already happened. We did some of the preliminary work in the most recent shutdown in conjunction with the move from Gen 1 to Gen 2 on our R1 platform. But the shutdown that's going to happen in the second half of next year will make the splicing together of certain parts of the plant possible. That's part of our plan. We'll be working around that, but as we did with the Gen 1 to Gen 2, we wanted to provide very early guidance around this and make sure expectations were appropriately set for what will have to happen in the plant next year to integrate R2.
And then based off of the second part of your question as well, given the shutdown, there will be some choppiness to the financial results as we look through not just a quarter sequential improvement in our results as we look at the gross margin trajectory. As I mentioned in my prepared remarks, we still maintain that we'll have a modest positive gross profit for the entire year of 2025 in particular, but certainly with the shutdown itself in the second half, we'll feel some of the impacts of lower absorption of labor overhead and depreciation like we experienced in Q2 of this quarter, given the lower production volumes that we had in the normal facility itself. But to RJ's point, more akin to the November shutdown that we had to do some of the pre-work for our Q2 shutdown, we were able to get right back up to line rate based off of the aftermath of that shutdown. So we expect we won't see as sort of staged of a ramp back up from a production standpoint, given the fact that we'll have already ramped up our supply chain, which is one of the gating factors as we've gone through the course of ramping up new technologies in our redesigned Gen 2 product.
Okay. Thank you for that. And as a second question, I don't know if you guys really ever you certainly don't talk about it this way. I'm curious if you ever look at it or think about it this way. But you call out some of the impacts to the gross loss per vehicle from stuff that's not in the cost structure this quarter. I know that's offset a little bit by regulatory credits, but if we also take out DNA and stock comp, it seems like you're actually much closer to a cash gross profit break even level. Is that something that directionally is correct? And it seems like if that's true, you would actually even hit that before you would hit your your modestly gross profit positive number in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Joe, that's absolutely right. And we wanted to call out in my prior prepared remarks just the impact. We had roughly $15,000 of depreciation per unit, $1,200 of stock-based comp per unit, and then another roughly $2,400 of other cost of revenue initiatives in the quarter. So that was roughly $14,000 of loss per unit if you make those three respective adjustments. So we certainly would anticipate hitting a sort of a cash break even prior to positive gross profit.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Alex Potter with Piper Sandler. You may proceed.
Great, thanks. Claire, just a quick one following up on that last question. These, I guess, quote unquote, other initiatives, the $2,400 a unit, just in layman's terms, what is that?
So in layman's terms, the way I would characterize it is, as you can imagine, with the significant changes we made in suppliers, with the introduction of swapping out roughly half of our material cost as we move from Gen 1 to Gen 2, there are certain costs associated with contract modifications or amendments that we've made, and that's largely what is reflected there.
Okay, very good. I guess my second question is on the Volkswagen joint venture. So presumably, I know you've got yet some work to do when it comes to hashing out the financials and all of these things, and we'll await information on that in Q4. But in the meantime, presumably you've got engineers, you've got procurement people who are sort of eager to start doing something, design or getting better supplier negotiations underway. Are they basically being instructed to sit tight and not do anything until the ink is dry, or are they allowed to sort of go out into the world and start, I guess, restarting supplier negotiations, for instance, with the heft of Volkswagen behind them, or working collaboratively with Volkswagen engineers to actually design the platform into Volkswagen vehicles, or do they basically just have to sit tight?
Yeah, from a supplier point of view, we absolutely are already seeing some of the tailwinds associated with our Volkswagen joint venture and partnership. This is, you can imagine, at the component level and at the electronics level within the vehicle, where we see a lot of the suppliers we have long relationships with that are very excited about this and see this as an opportunity to scale beyond just the Rivian product line for the technology that we've developed, but beyond that into the Volkswagen Group product portfolio. So that's been a really encouraging early read through in terms of how it's perceived and overall looked at by the supply chain. From a technical point of view, we talked about this even with the announcement of the deal. Volkswagen Group CEO and I, Oliver and I, just spoke around how the teams have been working really well together. And this is not, it's not as if we do a deal of this scale and of this magnitude without having done work together and without having done a lot of, beyond diligence, but into the actual creation of work content or work product, if you will. And so Wasim's on the call here. I'm going to invite him to just talk about this, but our software team and our hardware team have been working towards a number of elements that deliver on the first set of products, but the first of which is integrating our platform technically into Volkswagen Group products. But Wasim, let me have you talk a bit about this.
Yeah, thanks, RJ. We're actually extremely excited with the progress that we're making in the integration, electrical architecture integration analysis. Our engineers have been working very closely with the Volkswagen Group, and we actually have a drivable demonstrator now that contains the Rivian electronic components, the Rivian software stack, and we're moving forward really, really well in understanding how our technology will scale up and down in the entire Volkswagen Group portfolio.
Great. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Ben Kallo with Baird. You may proceed.
Thank you. My first question is more near term. Just RJ, if you could talk about demand trends you've seen since the refresh, and then my second question is, brand is important to everyone, but to you guys, you've done a good job of building a brand. Can you talk to us about how you measure that internally, or any way that you can put context to how you've built your brand and how that extends to future models? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Ultimately, our first set of products, the R1, was our handshake with the world, and they were received really positively. This was 2 years ago, and it was exciting as we introduced the Gen 2 of our R1 products to see how strong the media reaction was to those products, and recognizing we took a great vehicle and made it even better. And that is something that we saw echoed across a variety of different media outlets, from lifestyle to automotive to more pure technology outlets, but recognizing the strength of what we built. And that really serves as a wonderful foundation for the continued growth, as you put it, of how we're building and developing our brand and how we're perceived. And there's lots of ways for us to measure that. We certainly look at things internally. We have a whole host of internal metrics that we track regularly. But I think important for for the analyst and investor community is to look at ways that third parties would look at our brand. And most recently, actually, coincidentally, J.D. Power does a number of ways where they look at the strength of a brand or the strength of a product offering in the market. And we've in the past done extremely well in this, and most recently in their annual appeal study that looks at a combination of vehicle performance and its overall packaging. We came out number one, and that's the number one rated brand in their study. And to do that after having had previous number one performance in previous years is really exciting, and it's incredibly encouraging, and we think bodes really well for what's to come with R2. If we can carry the same brand strength and the same market share penetration that we have at the premium segment, where we're continually one of the best-selling vehicles over $70,000 today in the U.S., if we can take that market share strength and brand strength and apply it with our R2 product into the sub $50,000 price category, with R2 starting at $45,000 and R3 pricing not yet announced but going to be lower than R2, we're really bullish on what that represents in terms of volume, but importantly, answers a real need in the market where there's I'd characterize as a pretty severe gap in product choice for great, highly compelling EVs under $50,000.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Shreyas Patil with Wolfe Research. You may proceed.
Hey, thanks a lot for taking my question. First of all, curious what you're seeing in terms of opportunities in the sale of regulatory credits. I appreciate it can be lumpy. It was $17 million in the quarter, but are you seeing growing opportunities to sell reg credits at this point, just given some of the struggles that we're seeing with the legacy OEMs?
And Claire referenced it, just in regards to our top line in terms of revenue, but the regulatory credit environment is certainly strong right now. And practically speaking, that means we have the potential to generate more revenue around our credits market than what we'd originally planned or anticipated. But I think more importantly is the fact that the credits market is so strong is a reflection of I'd say the decision that we see a number of companies that are going to be investing less into electrification or have less product in electrified product across multiple segments and across different price points. And so that void of products actually creates this strong credit environment. And for us, I think the most important read through is the demand environment we see, coming into 2026, 2027 is going to be very, very advantageous for us, where there's a lot of latent demand. There's a lot of demand that's sitting, waiting for the right type of product, a product that has the right form factor, product positioning, attributes and features. But folks have been sitting, waiting for that product to show up, but haven't seen it, so they continue to buy an internal combustion vehicle or continue to buy a hybrid vehicle. We see this really large pool of demand under the surface that's just waiting, and we believe waiting for something that's very much like what an R2 is.
Okay, great. And my second question is, in thinking about your software architecture, one of the defining elements is that it is almost entirely built in-house, from the baseline operating system to the middleware, hypervisor, application layers. You've talked before about legacy automakers not really having this level of vertical integration, so clearly this is a big competitive advantage. But with VW now able to access the software platform, I'm curious how you think about the long-term advantage in software. Do you still see potential to maintain an edge here over most legacy OEMs, even those that may want to replicate your approach? Or do you feel that the industry will eventually catch up and essentially this is now an opportunity for you to monetize this asset and help the industry make the transition to software-defined vehicles?
There's a few ways to speak to this. I think first, before we get to product differentiation or customer-facing advantages, building a network architecture and associated electronic stack that allows for significant consolidation of ECUs and therefore simplification not only of the number of ECUs but also of the harness and the associated wiring infrastructure within the vehicle, that creates meaningful cost advantages relative to a traditional platform which will have, call it 50 to 100 ECUs within the vehicle. And so we've talked about this. Our Gen 1 vehicle had 17 in-house ECUs. We reduced that down to 7. And so it is a significant multi-$1,000 structural cost advantage to have a network architecture and topology of computers that's far simpler and far lower cost than traditional approach. So first and foremost, there's a real cost advantage. Now, of course, our partnership with Volkswagen will extend that cost advantage into their respective products as well, and bring with it scale and volume, which will in turn allow us to source those components and systems at a lower cost. But from a consumer-facing point of view, what it represents owning not just the hardware, but owning the software and owning it around a really optimized architecture, as I described, is the ability to continue to make the software a lot better. So the features can not only become more rich and more robust, but they can truly improve more than just surface level skins on, let's say, your cluster or your center information display, but into deeply into the vehicle and changing the way the vehicle performs dynamically, changing the way its charging profile set up, changing battery management system characteristics, so you can have the vehicle get better and better and better over time in a way that's very difficult when you rely on third parties to produce this complex labyrinth of ECUs and all the associated software, where even small changes require coordination amongst many different players. And so things that can take us minutes can take months for a traditional approach. And so all that being said, what the customer experiences, of course, beyond the vehicle performance and the way it drives and behaves, is what they see, that the digital environment, it's also something that the UI framework, the approach to digital design, the approach to user experience design, is something that we've spent an enormous amount of time on, and we believe will continue to be differentiated, and is facilitated and enabled by our platform, but it requires both. And we hope that by bringing this strong platform to our joint venture with Volkswagen, it allows them to have to create products that are also really compelling and answer some of the points I made before around there is a real lack of choice. I would characterize it as like a pretty extreme lack of consumer choice around EVs and products in the space. And in order for us to really scale towards 100% electrification, we need to have more than just a couple of highly compelling vehicles. There needs to be essentially mirror the amount of choice that we have in the combustion world, which we're not even remotely near in the EV space today.
All right, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Ron Jewsikow with Guggenheim Securities. You may proceed.
Yeah, good evening, and thanks for taking my questions. RJ, you've talked in the past about as Rivian opens new spaces, order intake in those geographies accelerates. I know you've laid out the plan to 2025 for spaces, but is there any way to think about what is launching in the coming quarter or the second half of this year, just to think about demand being an important part of your bridge to gross profit in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, so we have, as you called out, we have a number of spaces that are going to be launching over the next 6 to 12 months. And those spaces are great ways for consumers to get a chance to experience our vehicles firsthand, to sit in them, to touch them, and play with all the features. But beyond just our spaces, we've also really, over the last 6 months, begun activating our service infrastructure to support expansion of our demo drives program. And so we have over 60 service locations that month over month, quarter over quarter, we're growing the number of those locations that do more than just service. And they not only provide service, but they support test drive and demo drives, as well as, of course, delivery and other sales-related activities. And then beyond our spaces, our service infrastructure, we're also continuing to build out our Rivian Adventure Network. That's our DC fast charge network. And that's another touch point for customers to experience the brand. Today, that network is close to being for Rivian only. But later this summer, we'll be opening our network up, so it'll allow non-Rivian customers to use the network as well, which is a great way for folks to experience Rivian as a brand and get exposure to the products and exposure to us as a company.
Yeah, thanks for that. And maybe just to follow up on Shreyas's question on credit revenues, do you feel like the 17 million this quarter, or I suppose you probably know this, if the 17 million this quarter kind of fully encapsulates or values your zero emission vehicles, or is there kind of more to come as we model towards the back half of this year and gross profit break even?
Yeah, Ron, as we mentioned at Investor Day, we have over 200 million of regulatory credits under contract right now for 20.
That they would provide and train our enemies if we continue to provide and train Ukraine. And we've done so, and there is actually flights that have been tracked landing in Iran.
So apparently, there's a report that Putin asked, what's his name?
Ask Iran to have a smaller response, yeah.
Well, to not strike civilians, right? I'm hearing my own voice.
Complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. Just the opposite.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I don't know whether it's accurate, but it may be, not from from the humanitarian point of view. The Russia never does anything from a humanitarian point of view, but from the like, we want to keep shit stable enough that we can maintain our seaport and Tartus, and keep stuff copacetic, continue getting our Shahed drones from Iran, etc. So from that point of view, they might say, like, okay, hit military targets in Israel, but don't hit civilian targets, to not generate an overwhelming response or something along those lines. It's possible.
Exactly. None
Do
of
you
it.
remember a few weeks ago how I told you that the attack will come on Tisha B'Av? And I'm still thinking that it will come on Tisha B'Av. And I'm asking myself, why are we sitting here? Why are we waiting for those sons of a bitches? Why doesn't Israel strike preemptively? Hit their ports, hit their
because
oil.
Israel has pussy in bio too and doesn't like to admit it.
That's the only time. Israel
Yeah.
has a very short window, because once there is a new administration, I hope is not going to be the one we're afraid of, Israel's hands will be tied, even with Trump. So the time to strike, this time to hit and create a fait accompli in the region is now. And even Iran's regime could be toppled with help from the inside. If you hit their military bases, their ports, you take Bandar Abbas, their port off, they cannot ship their oil, Karg Island, just think what it would do to the population.
Oh, real quick,
100%.
I have to give somebody an answer in voice for the person asking units. So I was in from 1995 until 1999. I was with 125th Military Intelligence Battalion Long Range Surveillance Detachment, the Electric Jalapeno Batwing guys. And then I was only in 110 MI up at Fort Drum for about 18 months. And then I volunteered for selection to RRD 175 and went there.
Thank you, Faye. Okay, Mitzi's waiting. Let's go to Mitzi, and then we'll go to Diggy, and then Matt's back. Go, Mitzi.
Hey, Stealth. Hey, Andrea. Hey, all.
What's up, Mitzi?
What's up, AB? AB Sampson. Yeah, so I wanted to weigh in on Shapiro, but first I had a comment that might set off something of a stink bomb in the room, which is this. I was in a conversation earlier with a Hindu woman about allies and alliances. And a few minutes ago, someone said something about the stupidity of the American people. And what I want to say on that is that...
The American public.
Yes, the American public. Okay, now we're getting pedantic, and this is exactly what I'm trying to get to. Is there a distinction there to be made? I don't really think so.
No. But when somebody's quoting me, I want it to be exact. That's all.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But what I want to say on this, and this is just my preliminary stink bomb to the main thing that I wanted to come on and weigh in on, is that, particularly with this conversation that I had with the Hindu woman in mind about allies and alliances, I think we should be careful about using spaces as a kind of, place to parade one's intelligence or expertise in an overly strident way, or worse, to insult countrymen and allies and potential allies. This is not a good way to build, strong alliances and support. There's like 800 people in this room. So that's the stink bomb. In terms of Shapiro, I just wanted to weigh in with 3 points. First, from what I understand, Shapiro not only has serious baggage, there's something with a murder case, something else that I don't remember. He renounced his Zionist views in some kind of public struggle session. So if that's correct, I say screw him. Second point, more importantly, I would say we should be thanking God. A Jewish vice president, not good for the Jews, folks. This would be a lightning rod for blaming us for anything and everything. It would be a fodder for conspiracy theories. It would be a guaranteed driver of anti-Semitism.
Yep.
Which leads me to my third.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Third and final point, and then I'll land my plane. with regard to the whole Shapiro-Waltz thing as a sign of rising anti-Semitism, yes. There's no future for the Jews in the exile, and I suggest that it's time for folks to sort of stop ruminating on that and accept it and proceed accordingly. And please, God, come home and build a stronger.
There's one final point too. I'm just going to say, voting for somebody because they share the same demographic with as you is, and I will not apologize for this, one of the most patently stupidest things somebody can do in the world. You don't vote for people based on do they look like me, do they have the same skin tone, or do they have the same plucky ethnic background that I do.
Yeah, in an ideal world. But
That's
the thing
dumb.
is, when you have a multicultural...
So even in an unideal world, you don't do that because you make your life
Right,
an identitarian hell.
I understood. But the fact is that in a multicultural, multiracial country, as I think his name is Lee Kuan Yew, the guy from Singapore who built Singapore from, rice paddies into a first world country. He
It was going to be
recognized,
part of Malaysia otherwise without him. Yeah, that's right.
right?
Some
Yeah,
people fault him as
maybe
being a
Giacomo can
dictator, having been a
speak on
dictator,
this
but
more eloquently than I can. But he
Oh, I'm glad that I'm not Malaysia now, am I?
he
Or
recognized
Singapore.
that in a multicultural, multiracial country, especially democracy, it's inevitable, whether we like it or not. Whether we think it's a good way to proceed or not. The fact is that it will come down to voting your skin color, voting identitarian, voting by group. Faye, you may not like that. I may not like that, but that's the fact.
So, okay, so I accept that. I'll accept that statement, right? But then I don't want to hear about people whining about my specific ethnic group is getting oppressed. Well, no shit. If you turn everything into a tribal hellscape, that's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm
That's what's
with you,
going to
brother.
happen.
That's why I'm a nationalist. So.
Hey, Mitzi, if I could respond quickly to your points, I enjoyed them. Agree to some, disagree with others. Your first point, I do agree with. I thought that was. I don't think it's a good way to describe. Certainly not to emphasize on that. And while it's true that the average American, as is true with the average person anywhere, is not
I was
knowledgeable
just quoting. I
about.
didn't say it was my opinion. I was just quoting my
Yeah,
mentor,
it's okay.
and
It's
it's
okay.
stuck in my mind ever
Yeah,
since.
I'm not taking a shot at you, just on the opinion itself. I don't think it's a good thing to emphasize, but especially because I'm of the firm belief, and I think the data backs it up, that by and large, the American people are by far the most moral people in the Western world. They're more religious, broadly speaking. I think that's one of the big reasons behind it, and they've always had a better sense of morality, whether they're educated on specific subjects or not. Overall, I'm talking about than the average European, the average Australian, the average Canadian, the average Japanese person or whatever. So God bless the American people by and large. Amazing, phenomenal people. They really are. And they have another great quality in addition to being generally moral, which goes hand in hand with it, which is that they don't give by and large, they don't give a flying fuck what other people think. They'll listen to it, they'll hear them out, but the American people, and therefore the American government, tends to go with the crowd less than others, both because they're strong and because they don't care. They're like, no, you're wrong, and that's it. So pound sand. About Shapiro, real quick, he did not. I'm hearing my own voice. He did not. I just want to be fair, because I was like being honest about it. I saw the press conference about it. I think it's definitely an overstatement to say he went through like a struggle session or he renounced all his views. He didn't. He was minimally diplomatic about it, or he was like, listen, I was number one. He said, I was 20 years old. And then he said, what I've always believed in the two-state solution. Whether you agree or not with that statement, he has, or for a long time, advocated for the two-state solution, which is mainstream, whether we like it or not, a mainstream view. And he did not say I was terrible. He did not say the Palestinians are amazing people. He didn't say Israel's oppressing them. He didn't say it's a genocide or that the campus protests are understandable exercise of free speech or any stuff along those lines. So I think I would say it's a big overstatement to say he did the struggle session. I saw some people trying to say that. I watched the video. It always pays to actually watch the video. Too many people on Twitter. Somebody will say, "Oh, look, they'll include a video and say, look, this person just admitted to being a pedophile, and then nobody will watch the 30-second video where the person did not admit to being hypothetically the pedophile, right? So anyway, that didn't happen. And I disagree with the third point about there's no future. I don't think we should accept that. I think we're far from that. For Jews in
Absolutely
the
not.
diaspora, I
America
think
is
we're
our
far.
country. France is our country. Italy is our country. Mexico is our country.
Yeah,
We only happen to be Jewish.
yeah,
And of course, Zion, Jerusalem, Israel is also our country. Okay?
yeah, and I think it's fine. Exactly. If individual people and their circumstances decide that they want to go, and that's great. If they want to go and make Aliyah and move to Israel, that's fantastic. That's fine. But I don't think we should accept it as a fait accompli, because I don't think it is. That's it. Thank you.
Still?
Yeah, Diggy, go ahead, sweetheart.
I'd like to shortly respond to the Israel not attacking on time with Iran, and Israel is waiting and holding on. Basically, I'd like to remind people that Israel should not be retaliating for attacking and eliminating Ismail Haniyeh. It would be a retaliation of our very own retaliation. So just bear in mind the order of actions here. And also, I'd like to remind that Israel did, in fact, retaliated and reacted to April 14th, this magical night that Israel was waiting to see what Iranian retaliation feels like. And it took 3 to 4 days that seemed like forever. And the response was very surgical and seemed very minor. Yet we do not know what killed the Iranian president who died in a mysterious chopper accident. We do not know who eliminated the chief of police in Tehran and other officials who suddenly just, were eliminated and killed one after the other. We do not know what happened exactly to Ismail Haniyeh. We might assume, we guess, we hear, we read, we only see like maybe 5 to 10% of what really happens. And also, we do not react, but also Iran does not react. So there's a lot going on underneath. We do not know, we do not see, and I get the frustration. I'm the first, person to be worried, but these things are not what it seems like. It's not a fiction movie. It's real life intelligence. You need the stars to align in the sense that you need the data, you need the coordinates, you need everything to work perfectly to get exactly who you want, where you want, and to have this scenario happening exactly how you want it to be executed. So please be patient, people.
We know, but unfortunately now we got information that the freaking Islamic Iranians are going to target specifically Jerusalem and all the places in Jerusalem. I mean, why should Israel wait like that to be hit so hard? Population centers and industry centers, ports, airport. Why? Why? Israel did not do that, did not agree to that in 1967. Why should it agree to it now?
When you say we know Iran is going to hit Jerusalem, you say you know
No, no,
because
no, no, no. I know, like you know, and maybe even a little bit more, but still, it's all
I'm sure you know
speculation.
more.
But okay, but we cannot talk about everything here. But they made it clear that they're going to be aiming at Jerusalem, all the places in Jerusalem, the ports, the industry
Giacomo,
centers,
because
the
in
airports.
1967 we weren't receiving military aid.
Right, that's true. Well, France put an embargo on all the weaponry that Israel had already paid for in advance, and then suddenly France started supporting the goddamn, the enemies, uh, Syria, Jordan, Israel, and what? Israel was going to wait until all these three powerful armies were going to march and they were going to kill it, achieve it from three sides? No. One fine morning, June 6, 1967, the order was given. all the French Mirages of the Israeli Air Force took off, and they destroyed on the ground 90% of the Egyptian, Syrian, and Jordanian air forces. After that, you remember the pictures from there. The Egyptian army ran in the Sinai desert, and in running, they left all their shoes. They were tens of thousands of shoes all over the desert sand. And Jerusalem, I'll never forget how it was announced in the army radio. In the third day, they said the old city is in our hands. Ha'ira atika beyadeno. Okay, and in day 7, as a little baby, I was whisked already to East Jerusalem, and I was seeing everywhere firsthand. I'll never forget those days. Where is that Israel? We need to get back to that Israel.
You guys, I have a hard stop like an hour ago because I have to be up in 5 hours. I'm going to take an early sleep and be up in the middle of the night. Southern, do you have something quick to say, Southern Belle, or I guess not. Go ahead.
I have something really super quick, though, for
Yeah.
you. If the Dems were smart and the Harris campaign was smart, who they would have ran is Jason Crow. Now, I don't agree with everything Jason says. My God, who is Southern? I'm gonna skull fuck you.
Her mic is closed.
No, it isn't. It's wide open. I'm sitting here literally watching
Oh.
her key out.
Oops. Okay.
Turn it off. It won't. I'm having problems.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
got it. Go ahead, Faye.
Sometimes.
Few
Okay,
was
you're
not
all
a
good.
good response.
Wait, Faye.
Please.
Just say skull, F-U-C-K. I hope you say that in my
Yeah, I said
voice.
skull fuck. I will gouge out your eyes and skull fuck you. Anyway, Jason Crow would have been a better candidate to run. Why? Because exactly like Matt and I was saying, there are people that we can politically disagree with, but if you're trying to cater to the military vote, you take that young person that's a member of Congress now that maybe you have some agreements with or disagreements, but friggin' chewed shit with you in NK2L and other places. If you know what NK2L was, I sadly know. And did multiple combat tours with 75th Ranger Regiment and was decorated for valor. That's who you tap if you want to tap a Democrat and a combat veteran that's trying to nail their veteran chops to the wall. You tap Jason friggin' Crow and just about nobody else because he's the only one with those kind of bona fides out there on the Democratic Party side that's even interested in running for office.
Thank you.
There you go. There's my 2 cents.
I couldn't hear anything past the skull F word, which it's still embedded in my mind. It's just never going away. Diggy.
Cranial intercourse?
Yeah, no, none of that. I want none of that. I don't think it's kosher. There's a ton of news right now about those soldiers and what's going on with the shenanigans. I do want to cover it, but I can't do it tonight. But holy guacamole. A guy posted a whole thread.
Are you already in Israel?
No. Okay. I just need to go to sleep early. Okay, I'm going to close up. I apologize, guys. I know it's only a couple hours space, considering we usually did like 24-hour spaces. But I promise I'll be back tomorrow. Matt, thank you for all your input and your help, and Andrea and everybody else, Sarah, Giacomo for having no OPSEC whatsoever, ever in my spaces. I love you to death, but again, no OPSEC.
Good night.
Guy, I saw your thread. You want to say something real quick?
Yeah, I'm here. I was there all day in this horrible place that they put the 5 soldiers. In the middle of the court, the judge asked the prosecution, "Do you have real information about what have been done, or some movie or whatever comes?" And he gave them 45 minutes to get some information. And what was amazing in that time, in Channel 13, this Guy Peleg, somehow gets some movies that was out of this place. By the way, it was cut for 2. You can post what I've what I've done in Hebrew, they probably
Yeah,
can.
they cut the video and edited and
But
pushed
so
it
yes,
together.
unbelievable. In the same 45 minutes that the judge give the prosecution side to get some information, it was published in TV on the same time. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. But you need to understand the system. The judge is under this organization, is in the same organization. So he was told, let them stay here until Sunday. I was outside with the wife. One of them, she's pregnant in the 9 month. Her husband inside. Second lady, with 3 kids. It's just horrible. It's what's going there. It's unbelievable. I was talking to the lawyer that we brought to them. He told me, I'm almost 60. Never saw this one in my life. Never heard such a bullshit in my life. The progress in Israel in the army, it's unbelievable. Just unbelievable what we are seeing. We are fighting like crazy against them, and you see how they are so strong in the media, so strong in everywhere.
The leftists that want to destroy Israel, just like the leftists that want to destroy each and every one of their countries and then ultimately destroy the world. What will they do after? What?
Guy,
Uh,
it's talking about the story is insane. Guy, the video that they put together, that they pushed together, I didn't even see anything wrong, even in the made up video that they put.
I've sent
so
you, sorry, Guy. I've actually sent you via DM a close up of the pictures in the timeline. You could see the
Okay.
time code of where they blended
it's
in
in
a
the post.
mix.
It's in the post. The timeline is in the post. You can see the picture in my post. I put it in.
So what am I looking at the top image at? So I see terrorists face down in a push-up position, like they're going to do push-ups. I
Hmm.
see the special units being just kind of far away and distant from them, giving them orders. It looks like a regular prison where you'd put fucking terrorists from October 7th. Then the bottom picture, okay,
You
this
need
is
to
interesting.
understand this force 100 does not touch them. This is not their job. The job is only to protect the military police that they will not be attacked. And today I was sitting with some of those soldiers from the Force 100. They told me, you need to understand, we don't touch them. We put gloves, 2, 3 times of gloves on our hand before we're coming to them, because even after a shower, they're so fucking stinky that we don't want to touch them even so.
Oh my God. Okay, so wait a second. I'm looking at that image, Diggy, that you're sending me. Okay, the bottom picture is from Friday, completely different timestamp.
Hmm.
Is it just me, or do I need like bifocals or something? I can't see. I don't see anything happening in these images. So I don't
Exactly.
understand. What kind of evidence is this of anything?
It's
Nothing.
non-evidence. It's exactly what Hagai said. There's nothing to it. And I don't think it's about lefties. I'm sorry. It's the way the Minister of Defense and probably the chief officer of forces are just trying to gain their ticket out of Israel the day the war ends. I'm sorry. That's my opinion.
Who put this head of the prosecution in the army? Who put her inside? Benny Gantz. Who put the head of the prosecution in the government? Benny Gantz. So every time you touch it, you go to the right, you go to the left, you find that the same people put the same people in the same places. It's all the time. It's like a mixture that you go around, and you always find the Wexner group and the Benny Gantz and all of the same shit people. And Kochavi, that was the head of the army, another guy from the Wexner group. All the time you find the same people from the same organization that was built the same position in the last 30 years. And this is worse than progress. This is I don't know. I don't even have a name for this one, but you always find the connection between the people. Always.
Yeah, again,
And by the way, I was
I
having
don't know what military, I don't know what prisons are like for terrorists other than Guantanamo Bay. I know what high security prisons look like. I understand that. But people face down doing push ups and like security forces being more than 6 feet away from them, I don't see that's how this constitutes any violation in their rights.
You need to understand when they take them out, all of the time that they take them out to this area, they take them because they are preparing knives and all of those stuff from the beds that they are sleeping, and they once in the day take them out and to see that they don't prepare some
Oh,
knife or
yeah,
whatever they have.
they go to their room and they investigate what contraband they have in their room. If they're making knives out of like, plastic
Yeah.
spoons or out of something, right? Yeah.
By the way,
Okay.
this guy that they are saying that he was attacked on his ass, whatever they say, this guy, he was one of the worst case scenario guy from these Nazis, but he had the cancer before he came to before they find him, they
Yeah,
catch him.
he had
testicle
testicular
cancer.
cancer, right? And he had,
Yeah,
for some reason, after his surgery or after his chemo or whatever,
yeah,
he's had some abdominal bleeds, and it could be from like,
exactly,
Which, by the way, is the perfect kind of cancer for a raping Nukba terrorist to have.
exactly. By the way, today we just got like few hours ago all the fins from the hospital, and I will tell you another joke that happened. Yesterday, we find that one of the doctor is 80 years old. That he was the doctor inside this jail. He's from another organization. That this is organization. It's called Doctors for I don't know for Rights or something like that. Another organization under the Wexner Group, under the all of this bullshit.
can you send me the name of that organization if you get the actual former
I will
name?
send you the name of the guy. I will send you the video tomorrow morning. I'll send you
Okay.
everything.
Okay,
And I will
awesome.
send you
Okay.
I think
the protocols that we got from hospital. I'll get it in the morning, the real one.
Wonderful.
I think in English it's called Physicians for Human Rights or
Position
some
for
such
Human
nonsense.
Rights. Yes, Doctor Position for Human Rights. This is another one
Is it
that
like
comes from
B'Tselem or
the
something like that?
uh
Is it like B'Tselem?
one. It's the same.
Ish.
Say another name. They got
Mm.
400 names.
Right.
Betzelem, Adala,
Yeah.
Watts.
It's
They
actually
got
called the Managing Corporation of Doctors for Human Rights, and הוועד המנהל של רופאים לזכויות אדם, חגי.
Médecins Sans
mm,
Frontières, the same thing. Yeah. Doctors
same shit,
Without
different
Borders.
name.
Exactly,
Same
same
shit,
shit.
different name.
Yeah.
They have more than 400 just to get a lot of people to work in this one, because
Bravo.
the rule in Israel that only one or two people in those organizations could get salaries. So they open a lot of this one. That's how they move money between one to each other. By the way, I don't know if you know, 2 days ago it was published that Brother to Arms in 2023 raised 160 million shekels, mostly from stupid American organization.
Yeah, I feared about that. I saw that.
Yeah.
U.S. is striking Houthi terror targets right now in Yemen, and they're lighting up the sky.
By the way, one missile was falling down that the Houthis was throwing. One of the missiles fall inside Yemen, and they have a lot of casualties.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
they forget to put Jahnon on the missile.
I like Jachnun.
I like Jahnon too.
Okay, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna take my nap, and I will see you guys later. Um, Andrea, I sent you something regarding Waltz, and I'm gonna put you in a group chat with the person who's sending me that stuff. Um, he's just got really good stuff on that guy's involvement, and you need to do threads on all of this VP stuff, and we need to get it out.
Okay, I'm working on an article right now, so thank you. So I'll have to look at
Okay,
it.
good. Take a look at it.
I'm gonna do a long one on my Substack, but thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate it. I'm trying to pull up all the dirt I can on this guy.
Okay, sounds perfect. Sounds perfect. See if he ever was an employee of UNRWA. Um, nothing will surprise me. Okay, guys.
Okay. Hey there.
Yeah. Go look.
That concerns me.
What I just sent you in the
Isn't that
DMs?
nice? Pardon?
What I just sent you in the DMs?
I haven't looked at it yet, but I
Okay,
will.
okay. Okay, guys, thank you so much. Follow all my everybody's. And sorry,
That is how we preserve the promise of America. And after all, the promise of America is what makes it possible for two middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised by a working mother, the other a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm. It's the promise of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House. And so Coach Walls and I may hail from different corners of our great country, but our values are the same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down. He and I, we both know the vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies. Not enemies. And so my promise to you is this. Our campaign will reach out to everyone, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast, in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal communities. We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans. And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. And so, with Tim Walz by my side, and with all of you at our side, let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. And now, welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Wow.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy. And I think sometimes we forget, and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I'll have to tell you this, I know this from experience, there is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him, than that guy. Roots! And I can't wait for all of you and America to get to know my incredible wife, Gwen, a 29-year public school educator. Don't ever underestimate teachers. And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America. From her first day as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, Attorney General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States. Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people. She took on the predators, she took on the fraudsters, she took down the transnational gangs, she stood up against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated to reach across the aisle if it meant improving people's lives. And I want all of you to hold this and don't ever underestimate the power of this. She does it all with a sense of joy. I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good. My dad served in the Army during the Korean War, and with his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. The National Guard gave me purpose. It gave me the strength of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education. My dad was a teacher. My brothers and sisters and I followed in their footsteps. 3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football. Including winning that state championship. So thank you. Don't ever close the yearbook. Don't ever. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment of common good, a belief that one person can make a difference. So in 2006, I took a leap and I ran for Congress. And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. Well, my neighbors graced me with an opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state. Minnesota's strength comes from our values, our commitment to working together, to seeing past our differences, to always being willing to lend a helping hand. Those are the same values I learned on the family farm and tried to instill in my students. I took it to Congress and to the state capitol, and now Vice President Harris and I are running to take those very values to the White House. Now, Donald Trump sees the world a little differently than us. First of all, he doesn't know the first thing about service. He doesn't have time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws, he sows chaos and division, and that's to say nothing of his record as president. He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground, and make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed. You know, some of us are, some of us in here are old enough to remember. I see you down there. I see those old white guys. Some of us are old enough to remember when it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office. In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make. Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule: mind your own damn business. These guys are after my heart chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF, and this gets personal for me and my family. When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't worked. So it wasn't by chance that when we welcomed our daughter into the world, we named her Hope. When Vice President and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make your own healthcare decisions. And for our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms. By the way, as you heard, I was one of the best shots in Congress, but in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws. Vice President Harris' idea of freedom is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe. A place where we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes. And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that. And don't believe him when he plays dumb. He knows exactly what Project 2025 will do to restrict our freedoms. To rig the economy to help the super rich. If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising costs on middle-class family. He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it. He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you are, they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not. Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. He sat at his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends. And I got to tell you, his running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country. J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda. Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, J.D. studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on! That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there? Look. I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see. So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back. We aren't going back. We are not going back. So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead. Over those next 91 days and every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back. Every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KamalaHarris.com, get on board, because we need you. Freedom to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you. My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because you love this country and you're not going back. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to join the middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight. Because as soon-to-be President Harris says, when we fight, we win. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
But there are non-discretionary programs which you must pay because they are programs created by Congress that grow or reduce based upon the amount of people seeking those services, because the people who qualify for those services will be taken care of no matter what, because the program itself gives them the ability to do so. So if there's a welfare payment, well, if you meet the requirements for welfare, you're going to get the welfare. And if you have more people doing that in one period of time than others, the spending is going to increase and Congress cannot legislate it downward unless they change the program legislatively. Same with Social Security and Medicare. As people are retiring and qualify for those programs, that money's going to be paid out to them. Congress does not appropriate for that because they already appropriated by creating the program itself, which is on autopilot. Whoever claims it and qualifies, they're going to get paid. So non-discretionary spending is a smaller portion of the budget than we've ever had, but non-discretionary spending or discretionary spending is a smaller portion than what we've ever had. But discretionary spending keeps rising because Congress keeps increasing those appropriations. So there's a huge opportunity to reduce overall spending and get a better handle on the deficit and hopefully on the debt in general if Congress has the willingness to do this. And they should. And they should reform many programs like welfare. We reformed welfare in the 1990s, and two major things happened. The spending on those programs went way down, which helped get us to a place where for two budget cycles during the Clinton administration, we were in a surplus situation. The other thing it did is when people got off welfare, they did go back to work, in part because the economy was doing better. And it's kind of a tautology there. You reduce the welfare spending, you free up money to be used for constructive means in the economy, and then that helps the economy grow, which brings in more tax revenue, et cetera, et cetera. It kind of feeds on itself. Government spending is really one of the top three factors that make a big difference in economic growth. And the more government spends, the more they take out of the economy, the more the economy cannot grow because government does not spend productively. Rare is the time that any government program ever generates a surplus within itself, and it's less than 1% of all government spending. For example, although I totally disagree with this program, but the Export Import Bank always makes money, and it's a bank style situation of government that helps companies, mostly Boeing, who gets 60% of the benefit of it. They get loans at low rates so that they can go out and sell their products overseas and elsewhere. And so it's export loans and import loans. That money has always made money, but I mean I don't know what the number is right now, but it was traditionally between 60 and 100 billion dollars a year. It's really kind of a pittance. It's a wasteful program. But anyway, government never does anything efficiently enough to bring revenue in. It always takes revenue out of the economy. That's that is not constructive spending. It is a problem with government. And then when you get in and I'll land on this. The last point is when you get to the place where we are now with the level of spending we have, the federal government cannot sell long-term debt right now. So the Federal Reserve has to print money to pay for it, which gives government a first mover advantage before the inflation actually kicks in. When you print the money, then that money can be spent at present levels of inflation or disinflation. And then later on, the American public pays the penalty because their spending power goes down, because whenever you expand the money supply, you are creating inflation on purpose. And government spending that cannot be secured through public debt must require a printing of money by the Federal Reserve. So government feeds off of our economy in destructive ways all the time. So anyway, that's my little dissertation on government spending. Southern Belle, go ahead.
Jim, you're freaking awesome. I learn something every time you do a group or talk into the space. I'm in medical and I work a lot in dealing direct into offices, long-term care and different programs. Patients are living off Social Security and their Medicare. What a lot of people don't realize, Medicare Advantage patients had to pay more this year because Joe Biden said no to certain things. Also, in the Inflation Reduction Act, where they were talking about Medicaid spending to drive down prescription costs or to keep them into a cap so patients wouldn't fall into what we call the donut hole. Most patients on Medicare, they fall into it around August, September, and that means they've covered their cap for their prescriptions to be paid for. Now they have to come out of pocket. And also, Medicare doesn't cover every drug. And you have to fight Medicare sometimes to get your medications, but 9 times out of 10, they kick it because they're not going to pay that premium for that product. They want you on the generic drug. But the doctor says, no, you have to have this one. Now patients are coming out of pocket $400 and $500 a month. They're living on Social Security, and the ones that are living longer are women. And a lot of times they didn't have full-time employment, that generation. They were home raising their kids, or they worked until they had kids. Maybe they came back into the workforce because of divorce or a death of a spouse or whatever. And they're highly dependent on it. If you go into a Walmart, I see people in their 70s working at the register, and I get into a conversation because I'm very Southern, and I asked them, they said, no, I had to come back to work because I had to figure out how I was going to pay my bills because Social Security is not cutting it. And when you add the inflation, that's like a big tax as well. So they're hurting right now. They're hurting trying to pay bills, and they're a generation that's very proud. They don't want to ask people for help. We had to build an Uber program so we could get them into their for a test or a doctor appointment, because if not, they would end up in the emergency room, and that's $10,000 to walk in the door as a Medicare patient. And most of these emergency departments are running in the red. And when flu season hits, this is when you see the Medicare patients because they've exceeded their cap of medication. This is a huge problem. The reason Republicans are losing voters of this age group is because remember what Biden did at the State of the Union address? He threatened the Republican Party because they're going to cut Medicare and Social Security and do all of this. He took every opportunity at a podium to do that. It was a lie, but they heard it because they're watching mainstream media. I had to help my mother interpret what is true and what is not true and to support her. But we have a big problem in messaging. And this is something, Jim, I'm so glad you're doing this to that age population, because I take every opportunity I can to talk about it, because Biden is making them very fearful, and him being older, he acts like, I'm your buddy, that kind of charisma stuff that I don't like. But the bottom line is he really hurt the senior population. And this is something we have to do. But the money that was put in the Inflation Reduction Act for Medicare got moved over for green projects. All this stuff, all these billions of dollars that were spent on all these green projects, Intel just cut 15,000 employees for the chip deal. That you have no idea how much money was lost. It was federal funded money, state funded money, independent investors. We're talking billions and billions and billions of dollars. We have very little to show for all these billions of dollars that went out. But the government cannot be in business. They're lousy at it. And we overpay for everything. And just one other thing, Shauna, I'm not saying I'm saying it correctly, Shanna Full, Shanna,